It's the final countdown. Doo 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 doo. Hello, everybody. Back again. My name is Pred Poker. Some of you know me as Tom Parsons as well, and I am here for the final day of the International Poker Open 2022. It is Monday, the 31st of October, spooky, spooky Halloween. And we're going to have coverage of the final two and final table of the €300 main event. David Lappin's still in, and he will be joining us on this feature table. There's €39,000 with a lovely little trophy for the winner. I hope everybody is doing well today. Hey, thank you for the compliment, Poker Weirdo says, fair play to you for all the great commentary. Been doing my best. So it does mean a lot when I hear good feedback from you guys, as it is my first sort of proper commentary gig, so to speak. So there is the man himself here in seat 1, Mr. David Lappin. Seat 2, Alexandro Fime, another player we've seen a few times throughout the evening. I feel like I haven't slept. A few times throughout this weekend. There we go. Seat 3, Paul Carr, Irish Poker Tour regular, continuing his incredible form of late. Coming into this feature table with 1.8 million chips. David Lappin has 2 million. Alexandro Fime, 2.7 million, and the second biggest stack at this table. Finbar Fitzgerald, a player we have yet to see on this feature table over the weekend, but he has managed to make it down and elude this feature table. But there he is there, sitting himself down into seat 5. Ilan Kirkovic, going to be taking up seat 7, our French fiend. He is our chip leader, 3.5 million chips. For a player that we saw take an untimely exit on day 1B after playing very well on quite a loose table. And he has chips galore. Will we see a French player at our final table, or will it be dominated by the Irish? And then taking up the final seat on this final two table situation is Kevin Carragher. He has 1.5 million chips. There are 13 players remaining in this tournament. The outer table we finished with last night. Gareth McMahon, Danny Verhey, Alexander De Decker, Carl Cullen, Noel McMahon and Stephen Frew all remaining in this tournament. Stephen Frew, the only remaining player under 1 million chips. But I think he's only one big blind under 1 million chips. Lots of players around the 1.5 million mark. A few players breaking that 2 million chip barrier, with only Ilan Kirkovic, our tournament chip leader, 3.5 million. A lot of very, very close stacks that will cause for some very interesting ICM implications on our final table whenever these players are looking to get those massive ladders. And here we go, the dealer is going to shuffle up. David Lappin, our first player on the button. I can tell you, this is not my alarm, and it's not yours either. I think it's someone's phone in a box being like, hey, get on that feature table. Kirkovic going to fold his first hand of the day. Carragher. King Queen, lovely hand to start with, 30 big blinds. Shortest stack at the table, playing 30 big blinds. He actually may not be shortest, I think seat 5. Finbar Fitzgerald playing 1.1. But Paul Carr, first hand of the day, pocket aces in the big blind. You cannot stop the sun run. This man picking up hands when he needs it. And we are going to see a 3-bet come in, first hand of the day from the Irish Poker Tour regular. 2 black aces. I would like to see a 3-bet here to around 450,000, but that is a really small sizing. Oh wait, no. Wait, what? I'm kind of confused. I feel like Carragher, did he 2.5x pre? Paul made it 300k. Still a little bit on the smaller side here, but this could spell danger for Carragher. The stack to pot ratio is 2. First hand of our feature table. Paul Carr with the overpair. Carragher with top pair. Both players not wanting to get too out of line here. Pot controlling. Paul Carr should bet this turn card. Now that the flop has checked through, ace is going to be the best hand a lot of the time. And he does put some betting chips into the middle. $300k. And this is a massive pot to begin the day. Stack to pot ratio just over 1. It's a very safe river for both players. Paul Carr, I would like him to see move all in here with the pocket aces. Try and get maximum value from that ace king, king queen, king jack, potentially with a heart. And I think we have just seen the triangle moved over to Paul. I'm not too sure if that is the case. And Carragher, it looks like he's in a bit of a world of pain here. I'm not sure. Unless we're still on... No, we've definitely seen the river card, so... We do see the all-in from Paul Carr. Very, very nice. I think this is a very reasonable line. And Carragher has to figure out what bluffs can Paul Carr have here. Ace Queen with the Ace of Hearts. Ace Jack with the Ace of Hearts. I think he's going to fold this one. He does not look like he wants to call. And a very, very disciplined laydown from Carragher with the top pair. Going to be hard to find the fold there. But he does make a disciplined fold. He is now playing sub 20 big blinds, but his tournament life is saved by a very good fold. Paul Carr picking up a very, very large pot at the start of this day. Running well, pocket aces. Lovely, lovely hand. We will be playing down to a winner today, so hopefully we can get to this final table in not too long of a time. Each of these players has over 2,000 euros locked up. There's 39,000 euros for first, and our chip leader, Kirkovic, with pocket tens from under the gun. Makes it 105, just over min. Carragher and Lappin both going to be folding these hands. Fime not going to get involved on the button. Fitzgerald in the big blind with a hand that is very defendable here. Jack 2 of diamonds versus a min open from the chip leader. It's quite a tight fold, especially when you're playing 21 bigs, 22 bigs. You are going to want to try and realize the equity of these suited hands. But if you are going to trim off the fat, folding your sort of Jack 2, 10 2, 9 2, 8 2 suited hands from the big blind, Theory Land would have you defend there with the Jack 2 of diamonds. And there are your chip counts. David Lappin in seat 1, a player favourite, and a very well known Irish player. Unibet sponsored, could just be the Unibet run good. It's not impossible.
Players in the mystery bounty, your return is about to
David Lappin 5-6 off in the hijack. It's going to be a fold here a lot of the time. And he does make that good disciplined fold. Kind of looked a little bit tempted there.
So
Full
we
try to Paul
have
Carr on
a
the button.
total of 95 entries, generating a total prize pool of 9,200.
And just a jam for 20 big blinds. And Kirkovic is not going to be folding the pocket nines here. Fitzgerald making a move that I think is a little bit overzealous. Open shoving 20 big blinds, blind v blind, just a little too many for my liking. Ace 9 off, you can use it as a raise. It's a very good flop for ace 9 though, picks up more outs than just that ace. Any ace, any 5. And Fitzgerald will find a double, and Kirkovic no longer will be the chip leader. But that is a very safe run out. We lose a player on our feature table, Kirkovic, a huge chip leader now in this tournament. 4.7 million chips. I saw him before the start of the day. Wished him the best of luck as he got tucked into a sandwich. And our French Fiend looking set to make a nice run into the final table of this tournament. Gets gifted one from the small blind. A little bit eager with that jam for 20 bigs. And here we go, 5 players on our feature table. All of these players we have seen played on feature. I'm sure a lot of these players will have watched the coverage back. Try and get some information on how their opponents are playing. Are they playing loose? Are they playing tight? Making big folds? Are they capable of making those big folds? Which Carragher just proved that he was a capable player. He was able to get away from that top pair. Paul Carr, 6-4 suited from the cutoff. Going to come in with a raise, but Kirkovic, a very clear 3-bet with the ace-queen. 400,000 would be a very standard raise sizing here. And it looks exactly like that's what Kirkovic is going to go for. Kirkovic been playing very well, been playing very close to theory over the few times we have had him on our screens. And Paul Carr, rightly so, just lets that one go. Kirkovic, just shy of 5 million chips. It's always nice to see when internationals get attracted to these events, especially these friendlier ones in Dublin. You may hear over the tannoy there. We do have the Chip Race Mystery Bounty Day 2. I think 26 or 27 players coming back. Oh, yeah. Mystery Bounty is always a very fun format for absolutely every player of any caliber. Nothing like pulling out that envelope. Paul Carr, another very reasonable open here. King Jack offsuit. Does raise it up. David Lappin in the big blind. I would be very surprised if we see him fold the 10-8 offsuit here for 40 bigs. A very defendable hand. We will get to see, ooh, David Lappin making a tighter fold here with the 10-8 offsuit. Maybe considering some ICM implications, not wanting to defend the offsuit or weaker offsuit parts of his range. Knowing that he is playing against an aggressive player, Paul Carr, who is going to keep pressure on as they go down the streets of play, and offsuit hands not going to be able to continue as often as those suited hands. It's going to be harder to realize their equity, but a tight fold there from David Lappin in the big blind. Paul Carr, beautiful hand, King Queen. Kirkovic, though, an absolute monster pocket queens. And if this hand plays out like it usually will, Kirkovic gonna break that 5 million chip mark. Again, this time anywhere around 300,000, making this 3-bet 3 times the initial raise in position. Gonna be very reasonable off of these stack depths. Sometimes you're going to see players use a slightly larger sizing, maybe 3.5x. But we do just see the 3x come out of Kirkovic. Carragher and David Lappin both going to have to fold their hands here with the prior action from these earlier position players while we play five-handed. And a very reasonable fold from David Lappin there. How's the audio for you guys today? Am I sounding crispy? Am I sounding fresh? Can you hear the chips ruffling on the table? Paul Carr, King Queen off, not going to realise an amazing amount of equity here if you just call out of position. I would prefer to see this hand used as a 4-bet from Paul if he was considering it. But instead he does decide to take this one post-flop out of position. Both players 50 big blinds effective. And a very, very dry flop. No help for Carr. Does pick up some backdoor straight draws potentially. I think there's an audio issue. Lappin can't be overheard from your mic. I would like to see Kirkovic bet about 200,000 here, maybe about 175,000. Oh dear. On such a dry board like this. And I think I've called his bet almost perfectly here. 160,000 from Kirkovic. Paul Carr finding the fold. And Kirkovic up over 5 million chips. Storming the start of today. A lovely sizing to continue betting with there on the flop. Thank you for that, Cass. Oh, I'm just chuckling to myself now. Oh dear. Whew, that got me unusually giddy. Ah, that was a good one. I'm just gonna drink some water. Try. Carragher ace jack suited. Could go either way here. I would prefer to see the lower variance route. I would prefer to see this hand just get opened off his 15 big blinds. But going all in, not going to be unreasonable. I would rather move all in with your offsuit counterparts here. Fime, ace 10 suited. Definitely has a decision to make here for 15 big blinds. And we can see a 10 has been folded by Paul Carr. Fime, I don't want to know how much this is. This is very close. Playing short-handed, a cut-off shove for 15 big blinds. When they open shove for 15 big blinds, it's going to be the more middling parts of their range. You're going to be up against a lot of pocket pairs. Potentially some kind of king-queen combinations, some king-jack. Then you're going to see them kind of open the top and the bottom of their range here. To balance out just opening sort of aces, kings, ace-king suited, ace-queen suited, ace-jack suited. Carragher does decide to go all in. I think that is a very reasonable play here. Would have liked to have seen the open though. Instead deciding that he does not want to take this hand post-flop. He would like to run his equity, and Fime, not an easy fold here. I think this hand is going to call a reasonable amount of the time. 15 big blinds, quite a few. Fime understanding that if this was closer to 10 big blinds, 11 big blinds, 12 big blinds, he would have a very easy reshove with the ace 10. But those few more big blinds, it does make it a little scarier, and Fime makes a really nice fold here. Does manage to avoid that bullet of Carragher's ace jack. And a nice fold, just passing that edge, and I think that is a very good thing to do. When you get into these ICM situations, you want to trim off the bottom of your range. And a nice pickup for Carragher. Up to 17.5 big blinds now. Carragher now pocket eights. Again, I would much rather see this hand get raised pre-flop than just open shoving. But Carragher seems to take slightly more aggressive lines here, and I wouldn't be surprised if he does just move this one all in. I would like to see him just make it 100k. And he has asked for the triangle here. Quite a large shove, 17.5 big blinds. Lappin, very, very easy fold here with the ace-5. Folds around to Paul Carr on the small blind. Not going to be calling the ace-6 suited, and Carragher, up to 20 big blinds, manages to build his short stack back up over 1 million chips after finding a very disciplined fold with top pair in a 3-bet pot versus Paul Carr. And it was a correct fold. Carragher holding on here. Nice range of ages on this feature table. This tournament is held in the Bonington Hotel in Dublin, Ricos. In the island of Ireland. David Lappin, very simple fold here with the king-3. Fime gonna let it go. Paul Carr, of course, not gonna get involved. And Kirkovich in the small blind. Queen-9 offsuit could get used as a raise. A call is gonna be very, very reasonable here as well. Carragher, king-4 suited. A nice hand to check back with. In position. I would prefer off this shorter stack size to use the king-4 offsuit combinations as a raise over this limp. But the king-4 suited has a lot of post-flop playability. King-high is going to be very good blind v blind. And I do very much enjoy that check back from Carragher. I think that is the right decision to make. And Carragher flopping second pair. Kirkovich likely to bet 1 big blind on this board. 50,000 chips. But with queen high, not unreasonable to also just check this board. Bet hands that can turn a little bit more equity. And we do see the check from Kirkovich, very nice. And Carragher going to start to bet for some value, going to try and get... Wow, it's a big bet by the looks of it. Has he bet pot? Carragher betting pot with second pair in the backdoor flush draw. I think a little bit eager with his second pair. He does want to, of course, get protection with this hand. He wants to be able to get value, but when you take such a polarizing size, these queen high, king high floats aren't going to be able to continue. A lot of these backdoor hands no longer being given the price, no longer being given the pot odds. And there we have David the Knit Lappin, 0% aggression frequency on this feature table so far today. Oh dear. Small sample size. I promise I'm joking, please don't hurt me. Fime, 10-6. Paul Carr, 10-7. Both hands that should go into the muck here. Kirkovich, Jack-10. A very reasonable open on the button. Carragher, ace-6 off. A hand he could use as a 3-bet shove here, but unlikely. I expect we see this one just get folded. And Lappin, unlikely to defend the 6-3 off in the big blind here. Off of 40 bigs versus this chip leader's open from the button. Paul a bit quiet on the 50% aggression. We have only played a handful of hands today, and Paul actually has had a reasonable amount of them. Pocket aces. I think he had ace queen at one point, king queen as well. But that's not to say that this is going to be a quiet feature table. That's not to say that this is going to be a quiet day. Final tables always spark drama. And there we go, Paul Carr just waking up with another lovely hand here. 40 big blinds effective. Ace King of Spades. A hand that he will be very happy to get all in pre-flop. if the need was to arise. Carragher, disciplined fold here with the Queen 8 on the button. Not going to call your offsuit stuff here. 5 left, or no, we are still on the final 2 table situation due inside. Once we make the final table, I will stick it in the title of the stream. But we are down to, I think, 12 or potentially 11 players right now. Nearing that final table, we are on the FT bubble, at least the FT soft bubble. David Lappin not going to get out of line here with the ace-6 off, does just let it go. And Paul Carr with the raise and take it. Would have liked a little bit of action with the ace-king of spades, but beggars can't be choosers. He picks up the chips. Turkovic, King Queen, of course, going to be an open. Lappin never getting involved here. Fime also going to fold, and if this pot gets any more chips in the middle, it's going to be because Paul Carr defends his big blind. Paul having a wee look. Queen deuce off. Good fold. I will get an updated account of what is going on the outer tables here. I say outer tables, outer table. The second of the final 2 tables. Carragher, Jack 10, very reasonable open here, 5-handed. Does make a slightly tight lay down. Lappin not going to be folding the ace-3 off once it's folded to him. Fime won't be continuing the Queen 8 on the button. Would have liked to have opened it had Lappin folded here. But Lappin actually going to take the tight fold, and Fime as well. Wow. I'm quite surprised. I would have expected Lappin to have opened the ace-3 off. If you are going to fold out some of your range there, taking some of the weaker ace-x, not going to be unreasonable, but Fime with a very clear open and the Queen 8 offsuit. I think that was a little bit on the tight side from Fime. And if I was in Lappin's shoes, definitely a reasonable spot to open with the ace-3 as well. Fime, pocket 7s, very reasonable hand. Lappin 8-9 suited, also a hand that he could 100% open 5-handed here. Playing from the hijack. And a hand I think he should open. It does look like he is going to raise, and Fime with the pocket 7s. 50 big blinds in his stack, 40 big blinds effective to the initial raiser. Pocket 7s going to perform very well as a call in position. I think you could use this as a low frequency 3-bet, but calling here, especially in ICM, going to be very reasonable, and that is what we're going to see from Fime. Kurkovic in the small blind could complete with 5-6 of clubs. Does make the disciplined lay down, and Carragher is going to be going all in here with his ace queen and 20 big blinds. Lappin will not be calling, and it will be up to Fime to decide, is he ahead? Does Carragher have enough pairs that he's going to shove? Is Carragher the type of player that is going to shove pocket 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s and 6s here? Does 7s dominate hands, or is he flipping at best? There is 2 big blinds dead from Lappin's raise. And not an easy decision for Fime with the pocket 7s. I do think he can fold here. He does flat better pairs in position. 8s and 9s, 2 of which that we know for sure. Aces to a low frequency, kings to a low frequency. Potentially even pocket 10s if he is trying to reduce the variance and take his decisions post-flop. He does make a very disciplined fold. Carragher picking up more chips, 1.25 million. Unibet Poker in the chat. Hello, hello, how are we? So it is confirmed, we are now on the final table bubble, ladies and gentlemen. Finbar Fitzgerald, of course, was our 12th place finish, cashing for 2,150, but we have also just lost Stephen Frew, our final UK representative in this tournament, in 11th place for 2,500 euros. We are on the final table bubble. There are 10 players remaining, and we're going to play a 9-handed final table. Then there will be a seat redraw for the FT. Our chip leader, Ilan Kirkovic, our French fiend, been playing very well. Been enjoying his play. And Fimi with a very reasonable open here. Ace Jack under the gun. Playing almost 60 big blinds. David Lappin, a beautiful hand in the big blind to defend. Lappin wasting no time, not bothering with the slight delay that some players like to use. Good to see a Specky, good to see a Mufi, and that's a great flop for David Lappin. Flopping trips, nice in every situation, even nicer when you are final 2 tables of a tournament that has just shy of 40,000 euros for first. Fime, a very standard C-bet. I would hate to see a check back from the Ace-Jack here. I would like to see him bet somewhere in the midst of 80k, somewhere in the midst of 80 to 90k, and it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. Oh no, he's actually going to size up. Is he? No, 65k, beautiful. Just over a big blind, always going to be lovely here. Thought I saw a great chip in there, and it's not a great turn for Lappin. But Fime also with ace high, not going to be the kind of one a hand he turns into a bluff here. Holding a jack, and particularly a diamond, does unblock a lot of Lappin's backdoor floats. And we might see a block bet from Lappin here on the river. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something in the midst of 70 to 100,000 from Lappin as a value bet, trying to get paid by ace high. It allows him to have some bluffs. Hands like Queen Jack. So seeing a very small value bet from Lappin here would be quite nice. Somewhere in the midst of 70 to 100k. Well, it looks like he's going to go for over 100k this time. Lappin taking the larger sizing, 350k. He is telling the story. He does know that Fime's range is very capped here. Once he checks back the turn, he's not going to have any King X. And Lappin, knowing that when he gets called there, likely going to get paid off, or occasionally there's going to be a chop. Lappin, of course, could have check-raised the flop with the Queen 10. That would not have been unreasonable. But I do think check call there, particularly versus the early position player's range, going to be very profitable. And David Lappin picks up a couple of chips. We are on that FT bubble. The stone FT Michael Bublé. Kirkovic. My man is picking up chips left, right and centre. Ace, king offsuit. Chip leading this tournament in an amazing spot. Been playing very, very solid. Fime, a very defendable hand here. In the big blind, Lappin gonna fold the jack 2 here unless we have an RFID error. Wow, Fime also deciding that he just doesn't want to play this pot. Kirkovic gives the table a bit of something to feast their eyes on, shows them the ace-king. And we have seen some tight folds from the blinds here. Some people folding hands towards the bottoms of their calling range, and also folding some hands that traditionally would be an open of their stack sizes from positions such as the button and the cutoff. Seeing Fime fold that queen 8 offsuit from the button when he held a stack of 60 big blinds with no reshove stacks in the blinds. Kirkovic, another very reasonable hand, ace 5 suited. He is going to be applying the pressure on this final table bubble, but he does get a lot of reasonable hands at the minute. David Lappin not going to be going into this pot. Fime also going to be folding the queen 5 suited. Paul Carr, king queen, a very nice hand here in the big blind. Two of the bigger stacks at the table, with a very reasonable hand to defend. And once again, we see these two players go post flop, and this, oh, this is a flop, ladies and gentlemen. Kirkovic has the nut flush draw. He also has a backdoor straight draw. Can turn a queen or a jack for a gut shot. Can also turn a 3 or a 4 for a gut shot. He has an overcard to the board, but Paul Carr, top pair, and has a diamond in his hand. Wow, Kirkovic deciding to check back here with the ace-5 of diamonds and turns the effective nuts. Paul Carr drawing thin now with his king-queen. I am very surprised to not see a continuation bet on that flop with the nut flush draw from Kirkovic. King 10 deuce, going to be a board that is very, very good for his hand range. And a range bet going to be very normal on this kind of board texture. Of course, Kirkovic going to have to start betting here on the turn. Paul Carr cannot go anywhere. And what would be even sicker is the jack of diamonds, the 9 of diamonds on the river. Any high diamond, because Paul Carr drawing to the second nut flush alongside his top pair. And he is going to make the call. Paul Carr going to be pretty happy with his hand at the minute. The 4-card flush does not complete. Paul Carr with top pair here. Going to be feeling pretty good about his hand, especially in a flop or in a pot where the flop went check check. Kirkovic should go big here. Anywhere north of 500,000 chips would be very, very reasonable. An overbet wouldn't make too much sense given the nature of the check-check on the flop. But it looks like we might be getting an overbet here from Kirkovic. $1.2 million chips. Paul Carr. I don't think he's going to be able to fold this one. Top pair. He blocks the straight. He blocks the second nut flush. This would be an incredible fold from Paul Carr, but I don't think the solver world is going to fold this one, and I don't think Paul Carr is either. Does just make the call. Going to be quite shocked to see the nut flush here from Kirkovic. A very interesting check back on the flop, getting Kirkovic paid on the river with the overbet. His line not making too much sense. Solvers wouldn't really have taken it, but what am I to say? Kirkovic taking down a massive pot, and that is a huge chip lead. A massive chip lead. Wow, 7.5 million chips for the French Fiend. The smile on his face says it all. Paul Carr having a hand there that is just so strong. just blocks so much of Kukovic's value, especially when he checks back on the flop. The overbet, of course, a very polarizing sizing. And Paul Carr, unfortunately, losing a lot of those chips that he did win earlier with the pocket aces. I think he is now playing a sub 20 big blind stack. Carragher going to be folding here from under the gun. Lappin could open the jack 9 here in the cutoff. It would be towards the bottom of your offsuit range. And we have seen Lappin make some tighter folds, but looking at his chip stack there, considering the open, does have Paul Carr in the small blind with a stack that can reshove. And he does make the fold, showing that he is going to start to trim off the smaller parts of his range. And Paul Carr playing 10 big blinds here now. Does get a shove through with the queen jack in the small blind. Paul Carr going to need to make a run here. Paul Carr, of course, our day 1 chip leader, our day 2 chip leader. Did not come in to day 3 with the chip lead, but he did come in with a reasonable stack. Unfortunately, I think he is now potentially the shortest stack in the tournament. All right, very reasonable completion here from Kukovic. King 9, a hand that is very reasonable to check back from Carragher, and he does do it, and he flops top to Kukovic. Going to be continuing on this board a lot. And I do think I would like to see a bet from Kukovic. Does decide to check. He does like to take these more passive lines, blind v blind. And checking to the in-position player, definitely reasonable. The real question is, do we see another pot-size bet from the King 9 of Carragher? And it looks like we do. Carragher liking to really pump up the price of poker. Whenever he has this value, he actually overbets the flop with top 2. Carragher is not here to play about unconventional sizings, but he does get the job done.
Information for all the players in the traditional poker offer. 2 o'clock, we will start the main event. 20 minutes later, and the next buy in 30k, 9 level of late registration. Registration tournament are already open. We are waiting for you from table 10. Go down.
Fime under the gun with the queen 8 off. Very reasonable fold. Paul Carr, queen 9 and 11 big blinds. Also likely to let this one go. I think it would be a little bit out of line to shove, and he does make a disciplined fold. Kukovic, again, just with a lovely run of hands here. Over 7 million chips, well over 120 big blinds on this final 2-table scenario. He has a monstrous chip lead in this tournament. And Lappin with a beautiful hand to defend in the big blind, 7-5 suited. Did Lappin fold? I just missed that one. Did Lappin just fold his big blind with 7-5 suited? Did anyone in the chat see that? I went to grab some water, came back, and we're getting dealt a new hand, so I don't really know what went down there. Because if so, that's a very tight fold from Lappin in the small or in the big blind with 7-5 of hearts. Looks like he folded. Wow. Maybe an RFID error. I would not expect a player of Lapin's ability to fold a hand such as 7-5. Because that would just be outright too tight versus a button open. Even though it's against the chip leader, it's just a hand that's going to play amazingly post-flop. Always has a lot of equity. Lapin here should complete the small blind with the Jack-8 offsuit. Definitely a candidate that you can use as a raise. These offsuit combinations going to be used as a raise more often than the suited counterparts when you're playing sort of 40 to 20 big blinds effective. And Fime with 10-6 suited should just check back. And it's a little bit of something for both players. Fime, overcard, gut shot, and a backdoor flush draw. Lapin, second pair and an overcard. Fime, a very reasonable combination to bet this board with. And he does bet 3/4 pot. 2 big blinds. Sorry, he bets, oh, those are 25s, I forgot. He does bet 1 big blind. I prefer that much more. Lapin unsticking his chips there. And of course, never going anywhere with second pair in a heads-up pot. I expect this to go check-check a lot. Lapin's continuing range on this flop is going to be a lot of made hands, a lot of draws, but equally he is going to continue with some ace highs. Fime, with the hand like 10-6, doesn't improve and does make the correct check back. Lapin is going to win this one, and it's whether or not he thinks he can value bet an 8. I would be very surprised to see Lapin bet here. He does check, decides to go for the bluff catch with the Jack-8, and Fime with 10-6. Does he think that he can get Lapin to fold some king highs, queen highs, some hands like Jack-10 that are beating him at showdown? Or has this board just run out too pearly? I do like to see this bluff coming in from Fime. Lapin, of course, not going to be folding here. I think he already knew his hand was going to be a bluff catcher. And Lapin not wanting to call, but does make the correct decision. Nice call from David Lapin. A well-navigated hand, played very well. And he does manage to get a little bit of value out of Fime, who does turn the 10-6 of diamonds into a bluff. And it looks like we might be on the final table. We are going to have our final table redraw, ladies and gentlemen. Yeehaw, giddy up. It is time for a little bit of final table action. Let's go. Let's change that title. There's David Lapin. There you go. There you hear him. Final table, €300 IPO main event. Dun, 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 dun. All right, we're going to have a redraw. We are going to come back with our final table. Exciting times at the IPO. Would have liked to have come back today to this final table, but unfortunately the play was just going on a little bit too long last night. But you guys will get some beautiful ICM analysis from me. So strap in, buckle up. It's not going to be easy. It's definitely not going to be easy. But I will do my best. We have 10 minutes. I'm going to grab a quick coffee. I hope you guys get settled in, get stuck into whatever you're doing on this beautiful bank holiday Monday. Happy Halloween. We will come back with this final table in just under 10 minutes. Catch you folks on the flip side. Alright, hello boys and girls, I'm back. We have 5 minutes until we do get onto this final table, 39,000 euros for first. How are you all spending this beautiful 10 minutes? I grabbed myself a coffee, and I also have my chess puzzles to do for the day. How about you guys? Does anyone have any fun things that they do on their little breaks? I'm going to solve my puzzles on chess.com. Should probably be looking up ICM ranges and trying to figure out what kind of hands these players should be playing, how they should be folding to aggression from the big stacks, what the short stacks should be doing. But you may have heard in the background there, the everyone cheering in the room because the first mystery bounty was pulled, and it was a minimum bounty of 100 euros. So the whole room going way, knowing that the big bounties are still alive. Oh, one of the 1Ks is gone. Dun 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 dun. But a 2.5K still remains. For anyone who's watching the stream while also playing the mystery bounty, hi, good luck. I hope you pull a big bounty. Alright, chat. You may not be able to see my screen, but I am doing big brain things, trying to work out the easiest way to win this chess puzzle. This looks like it's gonna be checkmate. Checkmate. Oh wow, I'm so good at chess, guys. I'm actually not, I'm really bad. But we're all trying to improve, we're all trying to learn. And hopefully I can improve your guys' poker game with a little bit of commentary. Some of these players may be even on their first final tables. Some of these players may only play live and they don't get the hands in that us very nerdy online players get to do. So hopefully I can tell you guys maybe something that you don't know, something you haven't heard before. All those things about that dreaded ICM. What does it mean? How does it affect these stack sizes that are in play? Taro Kearney has written a book on it. Look at me shilling for something I don't get revenue for. Nah, I'm going to write a book. Listen to my book, guys. It's going to be much, much better. I'm going to sip my coffee. I'm going to enjoy my break. And I hope you guys have a fantastic few minutes while I do my chess puzzles, relax myself with this coffee, and get ready and get stuck in some beautiful final table analysis. There's also just checkmate. All right, folks, ladies and gentlemen, we have the final table coming back, and we will have our seat draw. We will now know who is going where on this final table. But to give you guys some chip counts, we have our French fiend, our chip leader. I know he has friends watching away at home. Ilan Kirkovic, 7.25 million chips. Looks like he's going to be moving himself into seat 1. Second in chips, the Dutchman, Alexander De Decker. Haven't seen much of his play. We saw a little bit of him yesterday on the final 2 tables, feature table. He's got 4.7 million chips. He has worked up quite the stack. Carl Cullen has been playing very solid, very stoic, looking very relaxed. He is in seat 7 with 2.7 million chips. He is our 3rd biggest chip stack. Noel McMahon made an amazing fold yesterday, folding ace-king to the 4-bet of Gareth McMahon, who was our 10th place bust. And Noel coming into seat 2 with 2.2 million chips. David Lappin, known by many, 2.2 million chips. You can see your chip counts on screen now as I call them out. He is moving into seat 6. He's going to be front and center of this table. He's got one of those middling stacks, one of those stacks that does not want to bust before the short stacks. And the short stacks coming in behind Lappin. Danny Verhey, the other Dutchman on this final table, coming into seat 8. Still got 1.9 million chips, still playing a stack of just shy of 40 big blinds. Alexander Fime, just over 30 big blinds, moving into seat 5. And taking up the bottom and the brunt of this final table, Kevin Carragher, 1.2 million chips, and Paul Carr, on form very much over the last couple of months. Had back-to-back Irish Poker Tour wins, but he is our short stack. He's the player these players will want to see bust. They want to get that ladder, and it's going to be on Paul Carr to find that double up. A clear short stack at this final table, but Kirkovic, the man to watch, the man with the chip lead. And if he understands ICM, he knows that he is going to be able to do a heck of a lot of bullying. If De Decker, Cullen, McMahon, Lappin all try and get out of line, Kirkovic will just be able to make some very liberal 3-bet shoves, some 4-bet jams, even just 2-bet shoving over opens pre-flop, knowing that these players will have to call incredibly tight ranges due to the ICM factor, not wanting to put up their chips, not wanting to risk losing the value of their stack. And here we go, our final table is something that we've been waiting for all weekend long. I'm sure we will get the payouts for this final table on the screen as well as we start to lose players. The players just unrocking their chips here. And a nice international final table here in Dublin. Our French fiend Kirkovic, the chip lead. 2 Dutchies, De Decker, Verhey, Lappin, repping the Maltese flag, but is of course himself from the island of Ireland. And Fime with that Greek flag, the Grecian at the table. A nice representative, and it kind of shows how Dublin is expanding as a city, a European capital, attracting people from all over the world, all across Europe, and even bringing in the dregs of Malta. David Lappin going into seat 6.
I'm not sure, but I don't think so. It comes with that.
Players just asking, how would they manage to get paid out? Is it all in cash? And of course, some of these players will be flying home, and I think they don't necessarily want to be flying with potentially 39,000 euros in their back pocket. Button, seat 8. Our Dutchie Verhey looks like he's going to get the button, putting our chip leader Kukovic into the big blind in a very interesting dynamic of seats at the table. Paul Carr short stack. In position to Kukovic, the chip leader, McMahon, one of the bigger stacks. Sandwiched in between Cullen, another short stack. Or not Cullen, sorry, Carragher. So Carragher and Carr beside each other. We should see these short stacks collide a lot on a final table. In ICM, the short stacks want to try and generate fold equity versus each other. These middling stacks, Fime, Verhey, up towards Lappin. Not going to want to bust before Carragher and Paul Carr. Lappin, potentially the most experienced player here at this final table, will be understanding the implications of ICM, the implications of not wanting to lose chips as a middling stack. I'm not aware on our Dutch friends, I'm not aware on the total cashes for some of these players. But David Lappin, one I know, who should be acutely aware, his compadre, his co-host of the chip race, Taro Kearney, of course. If he hasn't before, would be giving him some final table advice. But I'm sure Lappin is very aware of how he is to play here. De Decker coming along with ace-2 in the small blind. Not something that I would recommend. Ace-2 off, not a hand that's going to perform too well here. And Kukovic with a really, really nice hand, and he does just drill it on the turn. Second pair, hands an open ender, and he picks up that 5. I would like to see him start building a pot here, start putting some chips in, charge those ace-x of spades, king-x that has a spade, that are going to want to see a free river card, and it looks like that's what we're going to see. Looks like we're going to see a half pot bet here. Just over. 255k. Verhey holding top pair, very disciplined to this bet. It is a board that is traditionally going to be very good for the small blind's range, but De Decker getting a little bit out of line with that ace-2 off from the small blind. He's not going to want to try and involve himself in too many pots versus the chip leader on his left. Big stacks colliding is something that you really don't want to see, and you can see them together, 1 and 9, Kukovic and De Decker beside each other at the table. And De Decker is going to have to be very, very careful. You do not want to collide with the big stack as a big stack at a final table. The ICM implications of his stack size, instead of coming top 3, top 4, if he was to bust in 9th, 8th or 7th, that would be devastating when you come in with such a commanding stack. And that is why you want to avoid those collisions with those big stacks. Paul Carr, very reasonable open here. Excuse me, a very reasonable all-in. And joining me in the booth, who can help provide some detailed and independent ICM breakdown, is the co-host of David Lappin, Dara O'Kearney.
Hi, Tom. Not delighted to be here because I just more or less bubbled the high roller, but
I was about to ask.
It's a good constellation. Yeah.
Was this hopefully just going to be a short stint on a break, but unfortunately it's bad news.
Yeah, it will be a short stint anyway because I'm going to go and jump in the mini main, but I thought I'd come in and see how Dave is getting on the final table.
So our final table has just begun for us here.
Okay.
And David Lappin, I was saying, I'm not too aware of a lot of the other players, but I feel like he would probably be the most acutely aware of the ICM implications on this final table, knowing that as a middling stack, he's not going to want to collide with the short stacks, but he may be able to provide some pressure to the other middling stacks and some of the bigger stacks as well.
Yeah, middle stack is pretty much the worst stack to have on a final table because the short stacks can just kind of go for it. They're looking for spots to gamble, and the big stacks obviously have less ICM pressure because you can't knock them out.
But Paul Carr in great shape to double up here. He does not want to be eliminated in 9th place on this final table, and it looks like he is due a full double. It is not always coming 7. Paul Carr finds the double, and Cullen, one of our middling stacks there, providing the double up.
Yeah.
2 million chips, still 40 big blinds at this final table, still in a great spot, and he's been playing very well, Cullen, over the past few days.
Which one is Colin?
Beside David.
Carl.
Lampner.
Okay, yeah, I know Carl well. I didn't know his second name. Yeah, Carl's a very good player. Carl actually came over to ask me about a hand before that they played before the final table, where he had jacks, where he didn't know whether he should call a second barrel or not. Paul actually came over to ask me about a hand as well. I'm sure you commented on it, the King Queen hand.
Yes, the King Queen with the Queen of
Yeah, I
Diamonds.
told him theory call, fold in practice.
Yeah, I was saying that in theory it's definitely not a hand he's able to get away from. I thought it was an interesting flop check back from the Ace-5 of Diamonds from Kukovic, the nut flush draw on a board that's very good for his range.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably why it definitely becomes a theory call, is once Kukovic checks back the flop, he is going to remove a lot of the top of his range.
Yeah, absolutely, and he can be just taking the Ace of Diamonds and turning it into a bluff on the river. So
Yeah, that's exactly how we felt here. And Unibet Poker sliding that emote in with Dara into the booth. But Paul Carr finding a much needed double, and that's what he needed to do coming into this final table. He was a clear short stack, but now himself and Gallagher, the man to his left, the two shortest stacks at this final table. And I was saying there's some very interesting positioning at the final table. The two big stacks playing beside each other on this table. And I think De Decker has to be careful. The collision factor with him playing into an out of
horrible,
position
yeah.
versus the chip leader is one of the worst spots at the table.
Yeah, the most ICM pressure anybody has on a final table is the second in chips against the chip leader. But it's counteracted slightly by the fact that he has pretty high ICM against you too, so unless he's a lunatic, he should be trying to keep pots small as well and trying to avoid big confrontations. As I was saying before that hand, like middle stack is the worst stack to have, because if you're the short stack, you don't have too much ICM pressure. And if you have the big stack, you don't have ICM pressure except against stacks that are very close to you. But when you have a middle stack, it's difficult, because even against the shorter stacks, you can have quite a high bubble factor, risk premium, whatever you want to call it, because if you double them up, it's not good.
Yes.
And against everybody who covers you, you have a terrible, really, really high bubble factor.
Yes, that's definitely some very interesting spots. And that is why that David Lappin here, in a pretty uncomfortable spot, almost bang on the middle of the pack with his 2.2 million chips. Of course, 40 big blinds on a final table, always going to be something that's very enjoyable. And Fime, I would expect to see fold this Ace-6 suited from under the gun in ICM above 30 big blinds. And he does let
Yeah,
it
it
go.
wouldn't be the worst open in the world. Like, you want to go on opening some hands, and the hands you tend to jettison are the worst unsuited hands, unpaired hands in your range, and
Yes.
also the low pairs. But often those suited aces are actually okay to open, just to give yourself some board coverage as well.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. Opening those sort of Ace-X and King-X hands are going to be much more valuable than, say, the 8-9 and the 9-10 suiteds as a middling stack on the final table, because you want to remove cards from the big stacks range where they may come over the top and try and apply that ICM pressure to you with aggression pre-flop and barrels down post-flop. And we do see a blind v blind situation, a 5x raise from Carragher in the small blind with the Ace-4. Carragher has been seen to get
Love this shove here.
very, very aggressive with his value hands, and Paul with a very, very reasonable shove with Ace-10 suited.
Yeah, the problem with the 5x is he's more or less telegraphing he wants Paul to fold. He probably doesn't do this with bigger aces, so
Yes.
Paul picks up on that.
And Carragher has been doing some less conventional plays. He's been overbetting and potting flops with very clear value in hands that are not particularly vulnerable, just making it look like, hey, I've got a strong hand and I would like you to fold.
Yeah.
Definitely been one of the more face-up players at the table, but he has now put himself in a pretty tough position. Mufi asking, are either of us trying for the fancy dress prize? I am currently dressed up as the Greek god of wine, Dionysus,
You are.
in my room.
I literally just noticed that. That's how observant I am.
Too observant.
I
with
think
the
you're
final
drawing
table.
dead because Laura Keto, his
Yes.
missus, is going around looking incredible as Supergirl. So.
But I'm a very smart man, and I like to reduce variance. So we did a 50% swap whenever
Oh.
she walked into the room.
Oh my God, that's amazing. Then. Okay, I think you've got 50% locked up.
I absolutely do my best to try and get free value wherever it can come from, and if that's in a fancy dress competition, not seeing anything grotesque apart from the Unibet t-shirt from time to time. Moofy was not particularly happy with the organisers' Unibet t-shirts.
Okay, fair enough.
It's quite funny. GBSK, hello, hello. Carl and Danny both made an A-Cup FT, that amateur live events FT
Yeah.
earlier in the year.
Yeah, I don't know Danny, I have to say.
Is it Danny V, one of your students?
No,
says
he's not. I can
GBSK.
confirm he's not. Carl often runs hands by me, but I don't know Danny.
Verhey, one of our two Dutch players here. King Jack suited, going to be a pretty reasonable open here. He is also one of the shorter stacks at the tournament. But this hand going to be too strong. Neither of the big stacks holding hands that can go for anything here. And it's going to fold round to the big blind here. Our Grecian friend, Fime. These offsuit ace-X on final tables and in ICM don't perform as well when you're playing from the blinds, but I think a hand like ace-5 going to be too strong.
Yeah.
And there is the biggest bounty pulled at the mystery bounty. Congratulations to whoever that was. 2,500.
Yeah, it looks like it went early again.
The room actually cheering for once, though.
Yeah,
surprising.
Yeah, that's nice to see. Normally there's just a huge.
Oh.
Now we don't care anymore.
But maybe it was someone who people like playing with, and maybe they thought they deserved it. Fime, a very reasonable defend here with the ace-5.
Yeah.
And a beautiful flop for Verhey. It's also amazing for his range.
Yeah.
In ICM, you're going to want to keep these c-bets small.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. The
I would love
sizings
to
all go
see
down. So
a quarter pot bet here from Verhey. And if we do see it, it could lead us to believe that he is a very accomplished player, has done some study in spots like this. Something in the midst of 90,000, maybe 100,000 would be very reasonable. But he actually decides to check back.
interesting.
It is interesting because I feel like this is just going to be a range board, even in ICM, and we have seen some spots like this. We have seen some missed c-bets from some of these players, and I don't expect to see Fime turn this hand into a bluff. Facing the check, he may think he's up against some under pairs from Verhey.
Yeah, and I think
Maybe
that's
some
why
10x.
that's probably why he's betting here. He'd maybe trying to put pressure on under pairs over two streets.
Yeah, and potentially some 10x as well, but of course Verhey, top pair on the open end, are not going to be going anywhere just yet.
No, for sure. This is the advantage to checking back. Sometimes your opponents will stab on the turn. I mean, he might even think he has the best hand with ace-5 as well, and his opponent's just given up. But you do have to be careful in these spots. Often people think when somebody declines to c-bet, oh my goodness.
And it is the river.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really improve the King-Jack's hand too much, but
I think it'll be hard for Verhey to fold, though, if he thinks about the kind of hands that Fime's going to be continuing with on the turn. It's going to be a lot of Queen X, but it's not going to be very much Ace X, bar the Ace Jack.
yeah.
Potentially some Jack 9, of course, going to be betting this turn. But Verhey, with no clubs in his hand, does have a pretty reasonable spot. But I think we have just seen Fime actually check this one over. Does not continue. Does not bet for value on the river. Is he trying to induce a bluff from an underpair, do you think, Dara?
Possibly, yeah. Yeah, I guess I'm trying to think about the hand now pre-flop. Yeah, I mean, I would definitely bet here and try and get called by all the stuff that has a pair on that board. The Queen X.
Yeah, it's just quite an interesting check back from Fime after he does decide to start betting the turn. When you're going to bet from out of position, you're usually going to want to use hands that at least have some equity when you're bluffing. And Fime, of course, holding that ace of clubs, maybe thinking that, wow, I think we're going to see Verhey go for some thin value here with King Jack.
Yeah, as you said, like, he's really not put his opponent on an ace here.
But
Yeah,
Fime,
gets
of
a
course,
quick call.
for some reason doesn't want to show his hand almost.
Yeah.
Of course, the straight good, and Fime using that ace of clubs to barrel the turn with does make it a little more sense. If he does think his hand isn't good, he can continue barreling on clubs, maybe even go for the check raise on the river. But an interesting line, an interesting river, and Danny not taking showdown there with the King Jack is something that I think is a little bit interesting.
Oh, I do know Danny. I recognize Danny now. Yeah, Yeah, he's not one of my students, but I've talked a lot to Danny.
And
Very, very good player.
it'd be interesting to know Danny's thought process on that river bet, because his range is going to consist of a reasonable amount of boats, a lot of ace-x that has river at the straight, hands that he can bet for value. So using that king-jack, maybe using it as a bluff. Maybe
I
he
think
thinks
he's
he can
using it as
fold
a
out some
bluff. Yeah,
queen-x.
I think he's basically using it as a double blocker hand.
Yeah,
and
blocking the boats.
and blocking boats. Yeah, yeah, it's an interesting one.
So not an unreasonable bluff from Danny Verhey,
Yeah,
but he is now the table short stack
yeah. I
playing.
think he could. He thought he could maybe get a queen to fold there.
Yeah, and I think that is a pretty reasonable analysis. And of course, he can't go too polar, because a straight isn't going to overbet that river. It's not even going to go pot, because it knows
Yeah.
that it can still run into boats. So I do like his sizing.
Question from Jar in the chat. Dara, will Lappin be happy to have Malta flag instead of an Irish flag? He's not unhappy, let's put it like that. I don't know how the nation of Malta feels about it, but I know at one stage Lappin was trying to get himself re-tagged on Hendemob as Maltese, because it would move. He would be quite high in the Maltese
Yeah, high
rankings,
up the
where he's
leaderboard.
quite low on the Irish rankings.
That's why it's quite good for me being able to use the Northern Irish, because there's not many players. So one big score and you can actually be top of the all-time
Yeah,
Northern Irish money list.
yeah. But he has been a resident in Malta now for 5 years, so. And obviously that's where his Unibet account is.
45 big blinds effective here for Fime with the ace-king offsuit. But Lappin has jacks in the big blind. Fime, I think he can go both ways here. I think he can use a non-all-in sizing, but with the short stack, using the all-in 3-bet here is not going to be unreasonable for 45 big blinds on a final table versus the chip leader. And it will put David Lappin
Oh my goodness!
in a
another
very interesting
spin spot with the
situation.
jacks. Oh my god!
And Fime does move all in. I think this is the correct move. And
Oh, what a spot this is now for David.
Lappin, he's folded jacks in
Can't
a spot like
believe
this
it.
before.
Yeah, he was quite tilted by the jacks hands. Yeah, well, he wasn't tilted, but he was
disappointed. I guess.
disappointed when he found out what his opponent actually had.
Yeah.
And now he's got another jack spot. This is so gross.
I don't even know what the answer is here. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a fold.
It's super close.
It
It's
would
super
definitely
close.
be borderline.
Queens were definitely going with tens. I think we're
Definitely folding.
definitely folding. So jacks is really difficult.
And Lappin, he has been edge passing a lot of these spots. We
Yeah,
saw
I
him
think
making some tighter folds in the big blind earlier today. We saw him not opening hands that would be towards the bottom of his offsuit range. And that's a great fold.
I'm,
I really do
I'm not
think
surprised to
that's a
see him
fold.
fold there. David's tendency is very much if it's anyway close, he'll err on the side of caution and fold.
And I think that is a very reasonable fold from the pocket jacks. Of
Yeah.
course,
Yeah,
it was in good shape.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we ran that and that's actually correct.
Yeah.
And even if it's incorrect, it's not incorrect by much.
Yeah.
And can be justified on the basis that it's his entire stack for a small edge.
Yeah.
And you're just hoping the guy doesn't have it.
Yeah. And if you get that double up, you're not even second in chips, I don't think. Chip leader has over 7 million. Second in chips has at least 4.5 million.
Yeah.
So that full double, it's not like it puts you in a position where you can then go on to command this final table.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that's a great fold. And he actually didn't think too long about it either. I think once you rule out the guy isn't doing that with hands like 8s, 9s,
Yeah.
and then you just think, okay, maybe he has 10s, but then
A lot of the
I
time.
don't even want to get it in against ace king given the
Yeah.
ICM.
Yeah.
And he can have queens. There's nothing to say he doesn't have queens as well.
And I think
So
Lappin will be very happy to see that it was his king offsuit that was used in the small blind as well once he makes that fold with jacks.
yeah.
But there is
Okay, so
our chip count.
wow, Kukovic has really chipped up since the start.
He has been playing very well since the start of day. He was chip leader at the start of day with 3 million chips.
Yeah, I believe
he
he
is
won
now
the
over
very first
7.
event of the festival as well. The
Oh
warm-up.
wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so he's having a very good week.
On form, and he's been playing very well. And second in chips, there you see him right now, the Dutch player De Decker with pocket jacks.
Question from Jerry: will we be playing in the Green Isle on the 12th? Is that the 12th of November or December? You should.
I'm not too
or
sure.
Sure.
I'm definitely going to be in Galway at the beginning of January. My birthday is actually the day after that finishes, that festival. November.
November.
Oh.
I'll probably be there, Jerry. Yeah. I don't have any travel plans outside of Ireland before Vegas in the middle of December, but yeah, I think I'll pop along to that.
There's
Irish
always a
poker
chance I'll
stops are
head
always
down.
good.
And Lappin in the small blind, Jack 10 of clubs, a very easy fold here.
Yeah.
Don't want to play out of position versus one of the chip leaders, knowing his stack can get a lot of pressure put on it. But I think we are going to see some interesting hands today, especially versus these two big stacks. The chip leader having position on second in chips, he's going to be feeling very good about that, knowing that he can apply a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
But a good thing for the short stack is he is playing to the right of these big stacks, and he's going to be able to take some liberties. He's going to be able to take some wider shoves into them, hoping that they do call off that little bit wider with those big stacks. And Danny Verhey now in the big blind, the shortest stack at the table. These players will want him to bust. They want to see that ladder, the ladder that Paul Carr managed to evade. And Kirkovic not being able to pick up hands to start to pick up a bit of momentum on this final table, but the day is young. GP Kells asks, can we see the playouts, please? The only playouts I know right now, Danny's an online seed qualifier. Oh, there we go. Is he our last remaining online seed qualifier?
David's technically a seed qualifier as well.
Technically.
But he's on his 5th bullet, so I don't think it counts. Pretty sure he paid for this one.
Which does mean I think he has now finally broken even, because the last payout was 2,500, and now that we're on a final table, we're probably getting paid
good to know
3,000. So
yeah,
good job, Lappin. Well done.
Yeah, great job. I mean, he went deep in the last IPO as well. David is obviously he's a world-class content creator, but he's a very underrated player as well.
Yeah, definitely flies under the radar a lot, I think.
Yeah, he basically hasn't caught the breaks in the really big ones at the right time. But he has a very consistent record, both online and live, stretching back over 10 years. Jara asking if I have a percentage. Yeah, myself, Dara, and David have an auto swap. Anything we all play, we all have 7% of each other.
Oh, that's quite fun. It's a little bit of a sweat. I guess it reduces variance as well.
Which is good for me in the high roller as well, because Dara is one of the big stacks on the bubble.
Oh, lovely. So how did you and Dara get acquainted, or is that also just through sort of history of playing?
I actually knew Dara before I knew David. Dara was the first player I ever staked. About 12 years ago, I was having a crisis of being a professional poker player doesn't contribute anything to the world. And I spoke to my oldest son, and he said, well, you know, maybe you can help other people with the money. So I decided I would pick one player in Ireland and stake them and coach them and try and get them. Dara at that stage was a low stakes live cash grinder, but he'd always impressed me with his temperament. So I approached him to stake him.
But a little bit of trouble here for Lappin potentially. Ace Queen in the cutoff, and the second in chips.
This is gross.
Ace King from to Decker.
He might just flat here. Oh no, sorry, it's David to open. David's opening for sure, and then it's a question of what Decker does.
And he does decide to be quite a small 3-bet actually out of position here. I think he's only just 3x'd it here, just made it 360.
This is one of those growth spots where you're thinking now basically it has to be always value, but the price you're getting and you're in position.
And Lappin kind of looking up and going, I really want to call now. And I think it wouldn't be unreasonable, but these offsuit holdings, especially in ICM, do get removed very frequently from your calling ranges.
Yeah, it depends on how often Decker's been 3-betting as well.
And this is his first 3-bet on the final table. Whether or not Lappin has been able to play with Decker on the final 3 tables, I can't remember.
Yeah, I had one of these spots in the high roller early, and I let it go. And afterwards, my opponent told me after I bust that he had aces when he 3-bet me. So,
and that's a really nice fold.
Yeah, really nice fold. I mean, you would never, ever, ever in a million years fold that online. It just would never, ever happen. But live, you can definitely make those types of folds.
These are the sort of small exploits and changes that you do see some of these better players making. They understand that especially when playing live, players less likely to make moves, valuing those chips in front of them.
Yeah, so going back to Dara Davies, so I started staking him, and initially it was, well, I mean, he had a bad month, let's say, when he started playing online, and he was starting to panic. And I had just got acquainted with David. David had just moved back from America, and I didn't really fancy putting too much work into coaching, so I asked David if he would do it if I paid him, and he said he would. So that was actually how Dara and David met. I introduced them to each other. And then, of course, they ended up living together in Dublin and later in Malta. So, yeah.
That's quite a fun way of being able to get history with players. And then, of course, 3 very well-known players now across Ireland. It's always nice being able to bring up players with you and not just make
we used to be part of a collective
game
that was known as The Firm. We used to stake a bunch of other players, Kevin Killeen, who else did we stake? Smidge, JMO.
So a lot of very successful players coming out of there as well.
Came out of The Firm, yeah.
And Kukovic finally winning a pot as the chip leader, but with a very reasonable holding here. Queen Jack of spades.
Yeah, Lappin's playing really, really well here. He's finding these folds. He's been thrown spots where other people would have gone with, and he's managed to find the fold.
And a similar spot happened on the final 2 tables with Carragher. I actually can't remember the exact spot, but he did make a very disciplined fold with a very strong holding that I feel like a lot of players wouldn't have let go. Carragher being able to save his tournament life, and he is the second shortest stack, but he will be looking for Verhey on his 10 big blind stack to bust before him. And when you're getting dealt hands like Jack 2 off under the gun, it makes that job just a little bit easier. Paul Carr not going to get involved with this 9-10. And Paul coming in as the shortest stack on this final table. Now the third shortest stack. He's going to look for these ladders, but David Lappin aces.
Oh.
He's definitely playing this hand.
His patience has been rewarded, yeah. See, somebody needs to find a hand behind, though. It won't be Carl.
Oh, but it's going to be Danny, and Danny is going to be moving all in as the short stack with ace-queen.
Yeah.
And he is in horrid shape.
Yeah, this is a cooler.
This is just a cooler.
Yeah.
David Lappin, he's going to be rubbing his hands together here, hoping that a big stack wakes up with it now. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case.
No, all the quick folds, and David will make the call.
And David,
this is a huge spot for both of them,
It
obviously.
is,
For
yeah.
Hedge on the line, but if David were to lose this, he would be sucked right back.
this could put a nice little gap between David and the rest of those middling stacks. He would move up to third in chips. And it's going to take a very, very sick cooler for Danny Verhey to not bust in ninth and collect that €3,080 prize pool. But that
never
gives
easy.
him a lot of outs.
Good shot.
I don't think we saw any jacks folded, and this would be brutal. It does fade it on the turn.
Yeah,
No help with suits.
just a jack.
Ooh. It's always a sweat, Tara. It's always a
Yeah.
sweat. And that is good game to one of 2 Dutch at this
Great player,
final
Danny.
table.
Played tremendously well. That's just
Collecting
a cooler.
€3,080 for his efforts. And look at that. The people's champion, but also a player that a lot of people are anti-sweating just because it's Lappin.
People's champion. I don't think he's ever been called a people's champion before.
Picking up chips.
I'm not sure that's going to stick.
And he's now moving in to third in chips, I believe. Over 2.5 million chips in his stack, potentially even 3. And did Lappin smile? I don't think so.
No, it's hard to tell with the beard sometimes. I mean, Lappin generally just smiles when other people are in distress. So if he did smile, it's because Danny had bust rather than he'd increased his stack.
And would you look at that beautiful graphic? Verhey, €3,080. The payouts there on screen for all you lovely ladies and gentlemen watching at home. Darrow Kearney is now going to move away, jump into today's mini main. A pleasure having him in the booth. And of course, he gets to watch his co-partner and longtime friend David Lappin take out that player in 9th place. And look at that beautiful towering stack of chips that he is building up now. I've made a note to add People's Champion to all of Lappin's banners. So Fime, 3 million chips. It'll be interesting to see when we see Lappin stack here. Is he above that? He is just shy, so Lappin actually 4th in chips now. 2.7 million, still got a lot of horrible ICM implications to play through here. But as we can see, Lappin's been making some very disciplined folds, some very good folds, especially in ICM. And Fime deciding that he wants to open it up with the King-Jack offsuit from under the gun +1. Definitely a little bit interesting here. In ICM, Cullen making the call with the ace-jack off. I think this is much better than the 3-bet because Fime's range generally here is actually going to be quite strong. McMahon in the small blind with ace-9 suited. This is a weird dynamic. Kukovic on the button. I would love to see a squeeze here. Even a hand as weak as 9-10 off can apply a lot of pressure versus these short stacks. McMahon making a good fold, and Carragher in the big blind. Ace-jack offsuit. What do you do here? I think the only move is ask for that green triangle. And I love it. I love the squeeze. He does have a strong hand, But the dead money in the pot, Cullen's capped range from calling in the hijack. Less capped because of ICM, but details, people, details. Fime getting punished for that slightly weak open here. The King Jack offsuit from early position, playing 8-handed. Not unreasonable, but in ICM you're going to want to play hands that do perform well, facing aggression from the big stacks, which is going to happen quite frequently if the big stacks are well-versed and aggressive players. But Fime going to fold the King Jack here, and Cullen also going to have a very difficult decision with Ace Jack. He's asked, I think, for a count, or at least he knows the count has been given. And with the dead money, it makes it interesting, but a disciplined fold. Cullen understanding that to call and lose would be devastating for his chip stack. It's devastating in ICM. He's asking if Cullen will turn his hand over. Gives him a wee smile. Would have been chopping, but that is definitely the correct fold from the Ace Jack. Hello, Finton Gavin. How are we? As you can see, Paul Carr, our Irish Poker Tour representative, running hot off back-to-back wins, still in on this final table. Managing to preserve his tournament life. He did double up early on and is now the third shortest stack. Well, second shortest stack, because we did just lose Verhey. Our chip leader, the French Fiend in seat 1. Not able to apply too much pressure just yet. And Lappin, Ace-7 suited. This is one of those hands that, as Dara was saying, is not unreasonable to open, even off a middling stack that can get pressured by the big stacks. But Lappin again just choosing to take the slightly lower variance route, choosing to fold this one, understanding that he will get bullied by the big stacks. And there it is, the chip leader waking up with aces. Kukrovic, of course, going to open from the cutoff. And two short stacks in the blinds here. Not unreasonable that they're going to pick up some reshoving stacks. Carragher not going to go with the Queen 5. Paul Carr, a very defendable hand in the big blind here. He is the second shortest stack in the tournament. ICM, less of an implication, but he does just let it go. That is a defendable hand, but of course you do have to realize you're playing against the chip leader. He is going to be applying a lot of post-flop pressure. It is why, when defending in ICM from the big blind, suited hands are going to play much better than offsuit combinations because they just perform better as you progress down the betting streets. You would rather defend a hand like 10-4 suited than a hand, say, Jack-8 offsuit, because it's just going to be able to withstand more pressure. It makes it quite clear-cut when you're going to be defending flops. Of course, 10-4, still very vulnerable. Still not making great pairs, but it is that post-flop playability that you are looking for out of the big blind versus these big stacks. McMahon, Queen 10 suited, going to be an open here. Once the big stacks have folded, less pressure going to get applied to you. And it does make your decisions a little bit easier. Queen 10 suited, a very lovely open here. Carragher on the button with King Jack offsuit. This is sort of one of those 3-better fold spots. In ICM, usually you don't want to incentivize multi-way play, because when you call, the blinds can really start to do some funky things. 3-betting, 3-bet shoving, and Fime, I would love to see a squeeze here with the Ace-3. Carragher's range is incredibly capped when he's calling on the button off of that short stack, off of that sub-20 big blind stack. McMahon opening off 30 big blinds. Once the big blinds have folded, once the big stacks have folded, he is going to be able to open a little bit wider, but we do see the fold from the Ace-3, and I think that is the right option. You're either going to fold it, or you're going to use it as a 3-bet bluff. You're going to use it as a squeeze. Maybe he's looking for the Ace-4 suited, the Ace-5 suited combinations. But a squeeze would have been lovely to see there with the Ace-3. McMahon going to continue here. And Carragher with a gut shot and 2 overcards. Not going to be folding, but McMahon, it's going to be a board, especially in ICM, that you're actually going to see a ton of checking from the cutoff versus the button. Of course, McMahon with a hand as strong as top pair, he does have a lot of backdoor equity. Not unreasonable for him to bet. But in ICM, when you're considering whether to see bet flop, You want to know what are the stack sizes. You want to know what happens on X and Y turn. How much of the deck am I going to have to check on the turn? Is McMahon my brother? He is not, no. I do have a twin, but he doesn't play poker. And McMahon, I would like to see another check here from the Queen 10, trying to induce some bluffs from hands that float, like Queen Jack, like King Queen. Instead, McMahon deciding that he wants to get some value here. A small bet would be preferred here. And I do like this sizing from McMahon. I think anything from a quarter to a third is going to be very reasonable. But McMahon navigating that hand well. Carragher now a clear short stack, getting into trouble by flooding that King Jack offsuit off 20 big blinds. Not going to be a big mistake, but it just does make it tricky. It does open up squeezes from other stacks, especially on a final table. Your range going to be very capped when you're playing these short stacks. You're going to have a lot of 3-bets. You're going to have a lot of all-ins. And your range is going to be very condensed, very confined. And here we go. Colin and the Decker both going to fold here. The Decker would open this if it was a suited combination with the 10-8. Kukovic, disciplined fold with the 8-5. Once again, as the big stack, you're going to want to start opening hands. For example, like Carr's Jack-4 suited on the button. And Fime, I would like to see a raise here with the King-4 offsuit. He covers Lappin. And King-4 can be used to duplicate kings here. I would love to see a raise somewhere from 180 to 200,000 chips. Instead, it looks like we are going to see a call. Lappin 10-2 off. Probably just going to check back here. Any players have enjoyed watching? Our chip leader has been one to watch. He busted on our day 1B coverage, but he came back with a big stack during our day 2 coverage, so obviously fired another bullet and did well. And I like this from Lappin, understanding that a hand like 10-2, very little post-flop playability. You know that Fime, a stack that covers you, is going to take liberties blind v blind. They should be raising quite often. But seat 1 or chip lead's been a pleasure to watch. So is Paul Carr, the Irish Poker Tour player. In seat 4, has made some very lovely plays, lots of aggressive lines. And even though we haven't seen too much of him, Cullen, over there at the top right of your table, to the right of David Lappin, he's made some very nice folds. He's made some very good decisions. And to be honest, it has been a very high standard of play at the final 2 tables and this final table so far. Kukovic, Queen 8 off, not going to be an open here, even as the big stack. Carragher, pocket 3s, very reasonable spot to move all in off of his short stack. Very reasonable, but Paul Carr has pocket 8s. He does make the move. I think that is very, very justifiable. Paul going to look for a count, and 8s is just, I think it's a clear-cut move. I think these chips are going to be going in the middle. Carragher's not going to be in good shape. 8s is just dominating so many of Carragher's pocket pairs that are going to go all in. And Paul is not one to shy away. Paul understands positions like these. Looking around the table, checking out the stack sizes, realizing, is this a good spot to try and take out a shorty? And he does find the fold with the 8s, and Lappin wakes up with Ace-King. This will not be a fold. Paul Carr looking for that ladder, makes a good fold with 8s. David moves all in, and it's going to be a flip. I don't think we've seen any Ace-X or King-X folded. Lappin, this is a very, very important pot for David. Of course, it is for Carragher's life, But if Carragher finds the double and David loses this pot, he is right back down in with the short stacks. Paul probably telling the table that he's folded pocket eights. Bit of a smile on his face. And there is a king in the window. Carragher drawing to 2 outs. David Lappin going to be very happy to see that one. Wow, it's the 3 on the turn. Carragher drills it, and that is disastrous for David Lappin's stack. That is the way it goes on these final tables. It's just a flip. And an unfortunate flip for David Lappin. Carragher doubles up. And that's 2 million chips for Carragher, and David Lappin moving himself down back towards the bottom of the pack. What a turn card for Carragher. After that king in the window, the highs and lows of tournament poker, especially on a final table, coming into full force.
Alan Thomas here once again to draw another mystery down the envelope. Slowly.
And McMahon, for some reason, sitting out on seat 2. I don't know where he's disappeared off to. He does have one of those middling stacks. Playing 40 big blinds.
It's the 2,500.
And there you do hear the maximum bounty being pulled through the live stream. Fime in the cutoff just folds the ace-5. Lappin down to 30 big blinds. Cullen in the small blind with ace-queen. I would like to see a completion here from Cullen, knowing that the big stack is going to apply some pressure. Does decide to take the raise with the offsuit combination. It is not unreasonable. It is definitely not unreasonable, and Cullen, a very accomplished player. De Decker, of course, not going to fold a hand as strong as King-9 suited in position to the small blind raise, and that is top pair for De Decker. Cullen, definitely a board that he's going to consider c-betting. And I think that is a very good c-bet from Cullen. I think a lot of his range is going to want to continue on this turn when he raises blind v blind, especially into a big stack who is going to continue with a lot of suited combinations. A lot of suited connectors, and De Decker, of course, going nowhere with top pair. I think a raise would be very out of line from De Decker. I think just continuing here, keeping in Cullen's bluffs. You don't want to bloat the pot with a weak top pair. And it looks like we are just going to see the call from De Decker. Interesting turn guard. Does complete some straights. Does bring in a backdoor flush draw, but it is a turn card that is definitely better for De Decker's range. Cullen, not going to be opening 6-7 off or 6-7 suited. He's going to be limping those hands. De Decker, pot controlling with his top pair. And De Decker's going to be very happy with the state his hand is in right now. Cullen, I think it would be out of line for him to try and take this pot down with a bet. He does have showdown value with his ace-queen. And unfortunately, he is going to get shown the bad news. I think you'd much rather bluff some queen highs and some jack highs here. Your ace high does have showdown. De Decker is going to be floating flop with some non-paired hands. Cullen probably trying to get De Decker to fold out some 5x, potentially even fold out some 8x or some turned pairs of 4s. It is very easy to say these things when you can see the cards up, but being in the position of the players, of course, on this final table, the dream of a trophy, it is going to impact your decisions. And of course, there are going to be things that I think that may be the more correct or the better play, especially in ICM, but I could very well be wrong. Paul Carr, 20 big blinds, ace-9 from early position. I do think this is a very reasonable fold. Understanding that he wants these short stacks to bust, doesn't want to get into tricky spots. This one's going to fold round to the blinds, the two big stacks. De Decker, King-3 suited. I would like to see him complete the small blind here. You do not want to bloat pots, blind v blind, versus the chip leader, especially when you're second in chips. As Dara was saying, this is where the most ICM is. But we do see the raise from the King-3 suited, and I'm really not the biggest fan want to keep pots small when you're playing seconded chips versus the chip leader. Of course, maybe you can raise the top of your range, keep it polar, raise the top of your range. The hands that are going to perform well post-flop, those suited hands, I do like him using the King 4 suited if he's going to choose one. And then also using his Ace King, Ace Queen, Aces, Kings, Queens, those types of hands, all of those premiums. And then use some King 4, Queen 4, Jack 4 suited, King 5 suited to balance out that range. But you do have to be very, very careful playing seconded chips versus that chip leader. Carragher would be getting pretty out of line if he was to open this 9-10 off. Maybe he thought it was suited. Maybe he thought, do I want to open this? Lappin going to fold the Queen 9 offsuit from the hijack here. But Cullen definitely not going to be folding the Ace 8 suited. One of our shorter stacks at the table, playing just shy of 20 big blinds. A very reasonable open, even though you are opening into the big stacks. And McMahon with deuce 4 of diamonds here in the big blind. Can fold, but I think it's not an unreasonable defend. Oh, sorry, it was a limp from Cullen, so McMahon getting to see a free flop with the deuce 4 of diamonds. 2 pair for Cullen, top and bottom. I would expect him to see bet anywhere around half pot, and it looks like that's exactly what we saw. 100k, oh, 150k going to the middle, just above. But of course, in a limped pot like that, I actually really like that limp with the Ace 8 suited. Understanding that the big stacks on your direct left can apply a lot of pressure with small non-all-in 3-bets. And it just makes your life hell when you're playing these stack sizes, whereas when you limp pre on a final table, in these later positions, those big stacks can only really 3x, maybe 3.5x when they're in position. When you're limping off this shorter stack, and it just gives you a little bit more chance to play post-flop. It allows you to see flops with hands like Ace 8 suited, Ace 9 suited, like your suited Ace X, and your hands that want to be played but don't necessarily want to call a small 3-bet out of position. And a very reasonable limp there from Cullen. And it looks like he's going to continue the limping strategy with the 10-7 here. And to Decker, I really don't like this. I think this is a great spot for the Decker to use his hand as an isolation over the limp. Ace 9 off, it's very vulnerable, it's not great multi-way. He does flop top pair this time, but I think this is where you want to be applying some pressure as the Decker, as one of the big stacks. Ace 9 offsuit's going to be a great combination to raise with. And I'm quite surprised to see him just overlimp behind. Cullen going to continue with second pair in the backdoor flush draw. I would have actually liked to see him check this one. The turn brings very, very little. Doesn't change much of this board texture. Cullen checks, and the Decker bet's really small. Cullen, I think, gonna be able to fold his 10-7 here. It is quite a suspicious sizing. The Decker's range, gonna want to start to take some larger sizings on this turn. Gonna want to bet more geometric and be able to get all of Cullen's chips in on the river when he is betting with the top of his range. By taking this smaller sizing, he is allowing himself to include some Jack X, maybe some, I don't know, 3s, 4s, 6s. But the only thing is, it's a really, really weird spot. And Cullen does make the disciplined and correct fold. The Decker shows the Ace 9. It does lead me to believe that he is potentially not the most experienced player when it comes to this final table. That Ace 9, a lovely spot to use as an isolation, and then just giving away information right now to the players at the final table, showing that he's not willing to isolate over that limp with a hand as strong as ace-9 off. Because while it may be a strong hand pre-flop, it is very vulnerable post-flop, and it's very vulnerable multi-way. An interesting decision from our Dutch player, who is second in chips. I would expect to see Kirkovic open the ace-2 here as the chip leader, over 100 big blinds in his stack, especially once the other big stack has folded. Carragher in the small blind should just let this one go. And Paul Carr in the big blind. 6-4 suited, very reasonable hand to defend here. Very, very playable post-flop. I think this would be on the tight side of Paul. I don't think he should be holding a hand as strong as this, and he does let it go. I think that's just a little bit too weak. 6-4 suited, gonna have 2 live cards a lot. It's got a lot of post-flop playability on those low boards that suit the big blind's range. You're gonna feel very confident. And then it's very easy to get away from boards that aren't good for your range. Those ace-high boards, king-high boards. Even those sort of 2 Broadway or Queen 8-2, Queen 9-2. Very, very easy check folds. It's a very easy hand to navigate post-flop, and I think that is a mistake from Paul Carr to fold that one in the big blind. Cullen, one of our short stacks here, 20 big blinds and ace-king. I would like to see him raise it. And it looks like that's exactly what he's done. Kirkovic in the hijack with king 10 does just make the fold. Paul Carr gonna let this one go in the small blind, and Carragher, sorry, on the button. Gonna fold the 6-7. Paul in the small blind, of course, jack 7, never gonna go anywhere. And Fime with a very defendable hand. This would be tight as well to fold. The 9-6 of diamonds should be coming along here to play post-flop. Good to see Fime thinking about it, our Grecian player in seat 5. A hand that, again, very, very comfortable calling. I think this would be, again, a little bit too tight on this final table to fold. And once these players start realizing that they're making folds like these in the blinds, wow, the big stacks are really going to start applying some pressure. That is just too tight. Both Paul Carr and Fime making some very tight folds, not willing to take that post-flop out of position with hands that play very well post-flop. You want to play those suited hands. Defending that 9-6 suited, gonna play so much better than a hand like king 9 off, king 8 off. Gonna be dominated much less often. Gonna realize your equity quite easy with hands like that. Cullen, again, ace-5 suited, a lovely hand to use. De Decker, this is a hand that he can use as a small 3-bet the ace-4 suited, especially versus the short stack open. Cullen has been playing a couple of hands recently that may factor into his position. You don't even need to 3x here. You do not need to make this any bigger than 400,000, 375,000 when you're raising versus a sub-20 big blind stack. But De Decker instead elects to take the low variance route. He elects to flat. The big stack's not really applying much pressure here. Lappin not going to be folding the 9-10 suited, and hearts could spell disaster for our player in the big blind. Lappin will not be folding this one, and we are going to go 3 ways to a flop. Hearts, something that Lappin may think he wants to see. And De Decker with second pair on the big stack, going to be a reasonable bet. I don't like this sizing though. This half pot bet is just too big. When you're betting multi-way, it's very often you're going to use smaller sizings. You're going to use that third pot. You're going to use that quarter pot a lot of the time. you're going to put yourself in some really horrible situations against Queen X, and then 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, Jacks, Kings, Queens, Aces. And Cullen picking up a lot of equity on that turn card. Bricks off on the river. And we may see Cullen move all in here. Unless he believes the Decker is going to pot control with some Queen X. Which I think is very reasonable on that turn card, especially versus the early position player. But the Decker taking quite a large sizing there on the flop. Not necessarily theory, especially with the Ace-4. Not only that, but when you're playing multi-way, you're going to size down. And when you're playing an ICM, smaller sizings are going to be a huge factor of play. You don't want to bloat pots. You don't want to inflate pots. The risk premium is just too high. Cullen wondering, do I need to bluff? Is this the kind of hand I want to bluff? And I think I think that's a great check. He's going to get shown the bad news. Does elect to show his Ace-5 of hearts. And some of the players at the table, some of the better players, the likes of the Lappins, going to be noticing that the Decker used that half pot sizing with second pair when check 2 in position in a multi-way pot on this final table. Not necessarily advisable to take these bigger sizings. Paul Carr, of course, going to have to fold this King-6 off in the cutoff. Lappin going to be giving the walk likely here with the Jack-6. Depends if he feels like Cullen isn't the most aggressive player in the world. He may then try and complete the small blind. And I do like this from Lappin. Doesn't want to give the short stack any free chips. And it's a pretty beautiful board for Lappin to see bet. I would love to see the 60k bet, the one big blind bet from the small blind here. It's a great board for his range. And it looks like Lappin's going to go just bigger, 65k. I like the way it says 665k. I can confirm that was not his bet sizing. It was 65k. And Lappin picks up a nice pot. Well played. Bet Paul wishes he hadn't folded them 8s now, being so card dead. He actually would have lost that hand had he folded the pocket 8s. Carragher turned a set of 3s to find the double up versus Lappin's Ace King. When Lappin did flop that king, the 2-outer was found on the turn. Only lost one player so far on our final table as we reach just before 3:30 here in the Bonington Hotel in Dublin. Other events are playing today. We do have the mini main day 2 of the Mystery Bounty. Of course, we have the final table here, and we also have day 2 of the Leslie McLean €550 high roller. Lappin on the button, Ace-7. Very reasonable open. And unfortunately, Cullen is going to shove over the top, and it's going to be a weird one for Lappin. I think he will be able to find the fold. But Cullen will be shoving sub 10 big blinds. Lappin doesn't even ask for the count, does just get rid of the ace-7, rightly so. If Cullen was a few big blinds shorter, I'm sure Lappin would have had to have at least considered that call. Lappin folded pre. Oh, did Lappin fold pre with the ace-7? That's quite tight. Maybe understanding... I was going to say maybe understanding that the big stack and the big blind could come over the top, knowing that there's the short stack in the small blind, but De Decker has shown no inclination to play aggressive over the short stacks and apply ICM pressure. Oh, but Cullen looked and he thinks he got a read from him. That could be a very, very good analysis there, Raw Poker, because ace-7, opening hands like that with that ace blocker are going to be very, very good, especially from the button off those shorter to middling stacks. Cullen, very simple all-in here with the ace-6. Kirkovic, of course, going to fold the king-3, and Cullen back up over the million mark, picks up some pots uncontested. De Decker going to get rid of some of those 5k chips. That's very well observed, Raw Poker. I think that's a very, very, very likely outcome with that ace-7 off fold on the button from Lappin. If he does believe that he saw Cullen get a wee bit excited when he saw his cards before Lappin had made his decision, because ace-7 off, definitely one of those hands that you're going to open from the button on this final table position. And a walk for McMahon. Not bad, not bad. He smiles, shows the queen 10, I think. Very interesting final table so far. We have only lost one player. Players proving their willingness not to get involved in big pots. De Decker wakes up with the rockets from the cutoff. And it looks like he's actually going to size up. Definitely, I feel like potentially an inexperienced player here at the table. Changing his sizings depending on his hands. Very unlikely that you're going to raise more than minimum pre-flop here in these final table situations, especially as a big stack, when you should be opening quite a large part of your range, knowing you can apply pressure to these shorter stacks. Also maybe a bit of a timing tell pre-flop, kind of looking around after he sees his hands. I could be wrong, but the decker not doing some of the things that your usual big stack would do in these situations. Lapping ace 10, not an unreasonable hand to open here, even off of his 22 big blinds. But he does just let it go. Cullen limping in once more as the short stack. Kirkovic likely to let this one go here with the 9-6 suited. Instead, it looks like we're going to see an ISO from Kirkovic. I do like this. A little bit of aggression from the big stack. Oh no, he just picks up the chips. Hasn't made the move yet. We do see the raise from Kirkovic. A little bit of aggression from the big stack versus the short stack limp. Blinds fold through. We can't see what Cullen has, but he does actually just fold. Nice move from the chip leader. I would like to see the aggression ramped up from either himself or the decker, but Kirkovic has been a little bit card dead here. Hasn't been able to show what he can do with this stack just yet on the final table. Not through nittiness, not through anything else, other than just not picking up any hands so far on this FT. But nice to see a little bit of aggression come through from our Frenchman in seat 1. Cullen playing the short stack. $14 big blinds. The likelihood that within the next hour or half an hour that we see a player bust this table slowly increasing as the blind levels do go up. The effective stack sizes do get shallower. Lappin and Cullen both going to have to fold their hands here. The decker should be opening this ace-3, and Kirkovic with the chip lead will of course come in with the 3-bet. So as you can see, the decker changing his raise sizings depending on the strength of his hand. He actually decides to limp the ace-3, which is very, very unorthodox, especially for a big stack. Kirkovic 100% going to isolate this ace-king. I would like him to make this about 360. Looks like he's gone for about 280. He's gone for 300. Very reasonable sizing here with the ace-king. But the decker with a very unconventional early position limp. Very, very unconventional. Off the stack size. Fime in the big blind. Gonna have to let it go with the 6-7 suited given the prior action. The decker, once he's limped, not going to be folding now with the ace-3 of hearts. And an ace-high flop could spell disaster, but instead it's domination rotation. The decker picking up second pair, Kirkovic with the king of spades. And we're actually seeing a lead from the decker. This is some very unconventional play from the Dutchman in seat 9. Some very, very, very unconventional play. I would be surprised to see Kirkovic fold to 1 street here. He's going to have the best hand a lot of the time. He has 2 overs to the board. He also has the king of spades. And I think we are going to see him continue, and a very nice call here from Kirkovic, understanding that this is not a spot that De Decker should really be leading. And that spade's going to slow down De Decker, and I think it's a turn card that Kirkovic is going to pick up on. He is going to start barreling. That is not advisable from De Decker. I really don't understand his flop bet. I don't understand his limp pre, and I don't understand this continuation on the turn. Kirkovic, with the king of spades, going to be feeling very happy about his hand right now. Especially when he gets bet into to such a small sizing from the out of position player. And a raise would be pretty gangster right now from De Decker, or from Kirkovic, apologies. But I don't think he needs to. I think just calling here, you're still going to have the best hand. If you don't, you have outs. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. We're going to see it. And Kirkovic understanding that this just screams weakness from De Decker. And I love it. I love this raise with the ace-king and the king of spades. The price of poker has just gone up. De Decker has put himself in a horrible spot. Such an unconventional limp pre. Leading the flop, not allowing the in-position player to continue betting. Not allowing himself to generate any information. And Kirkovic coming in with a lovely raise on this turn. De Decker, I don't know what's going through his head right now. I don't know what he's thinking about. But he can't be feeling any good about his ace-3. Very, very unconventional play here from De Decker, and he is getting punished for it by Kirkovic. And he looks like he's in a world of pain. This is something that Kirkovic is going to pick up on if De Decker does decide to call the turn. I think we would see a lot of river barrels from Kirkovic with the ace-king and the king of spades if the turn is called. But De Decker folds the best hand, and Kirkovic increases his chip lead. De Decker made that hand a lot harder for himself than it had to be. Could have check called the flop. There's a chance that Kirkovic slows down on the turn, not wanting to collide versus the other big stack. But De Decker puts himself in an uncomfortable spot and does find the fold. Our short stack Cullen, for some reason, sitting out at this final table. Our next player is guaranteed 3,880 euros. And a beautiful hand for our chip leader here, Kirkovic, who is playing over 100 big blinds on this final table. Paul Carr, ace-6 suited on the button. Not an unreasonable 3-bet jam for 11 big blinds. Especially versus a chip leader open on a final table where they are going to be taking liberties. You don't have much fold equity is the only issue, and there is one other short stack at the table who is currently sitting out. I can see Paul going either way with this one. I think both all in and fold are very, very reasonable options. If I was in his shoes, I would likely fold, and it looks like Paul is going to do the same thing. Lappin in the big blinds, Jack 4 suited with the short stacks. I think this is a very reasonable fold, and that is the case. Kirkovic picks up another pot, and I do think after winning that hand with the ace-king, Kirkovic is going to be an amazing spot to start to push his advantage on this final table. I think he does believe he has an edge over De Decker, who is playing unconventionally. And Carragher, a monster. Ace queen of spades. Paul Carr with pocket threes. And 11 big blinds. Carragher gonna open this ace queen. Oh wow. That's unconventional from Carragher. I wouldn't necessarily advise the open shove for just over 20 big blinds with the ace queen suited, especially with the short stacks behind. You're not allowing yourself room to fold if other people wake up with monsters. The reason why you're going to open there, especially in ICM, rather than open shove, is imagine Paul Carr on your left goes all in. Imagine David Lappin wakes up with something in the small blind and he goes all in. You want that ladder. What if the big blind wakes up with something, he goes all in too, and there are 3 all-ins in front of you now? You can very easily fold that ace queen, and it's not an unreasonable position to be in. You just give yourself that little bit of breathing room. And I think that open shove from Carragher a little bit out of line with the ace queen. Should fold the queen jack from early position with the short stacks behind. Paul Carr, very reasonable hand that he could go all in with. Instead takes the low variance route and just folds. Fime, not going to be folding this one. Ace queen, a very nice open, even though he is sitting on one of those middling stacks. One of those stack sizes that is vulnerable to pressure from the big stacks. It's vulnerable to ICM because of the short stacks that he wants to bust. But ace queen, never going to be a fold. Very reasonable open. And Decker with Jack 3 suited a hand. He can defend here in the big blind. Especially as the big stack. I do rate this defend from De Decker. Great flop for Fime. I would like to see a c-bet somewhere around 100,000 to 120,000 chips. Breathing hard is Fime with his top pair here. Maybe a little bit of tell for the players at the table. But a board he should be continuing on here. And it looks like he's going to take pretty much exact third pot sizing. 140,000, not unreasonable on the ace 6-9. You wouldn't want to go much bigger than a third, but a third pot definitely not incorrect from Fime. And Kirkovich, the chip leader, rightly so at the top of that aggressive frequency. Cullen, the short stack, also up there, which is good. The short stacks want to be picking up chips on the final table. ICM means less to the shortest stack at the table. And also the chip leader, which is why they should be, and are rightly so at the top there. McMahon, ace queen suited, a very nice open here from under the gun. He himself has one of those vulnerable stack sizes. Gonna fold its way round to the blinds here, and it looks like it's gonna fold round to the big blind. Cullen shouldn't be getting involved here with the king 7 suited off his stack size, but Kirkovich, 8-7 suited, a lovely hand to see a flop with. Just making sure he knows how much McMahon is starting the hand with. And we are going to go heads up to a flop. 2 very legitimate hands here. Ooh, this is a board. McMahon, 2 overcards and the nut flush draw. Kirkovic, the open-ended straight draw and the backdoor flush draw. I wouldn't expect to see Kirkovic go for a check raise here. I would like to see a check call. At these effective stack sizes, 30 big blinds, you're going to want to use your check raises with value and then potentially with some of your flush draws to get in. At deeper stacks, you could maybe start using a hand like 7-8 of clubs. And I do like this call. Very, very good from Kirkovic. He's been playing very solid over all of our last few days. And wow, what a turn card. Kirkovic just picks up the world. And if McMahon goes for a double barrel, the check jam is on the line from Kirkovic. That is not an unreasonable line from a hand like 7-8 of clubs here. The combo draw to fold out hands like pocket queens, pocket jacks, hands like ace queen of hearts that are all ahead of you. And this could be a really fun turn card. We do see the double barrel from McMahon, very reasonable with a hand like ace queen of hearts. Has a lot of king x in his range that's going to bet this turn for protection. And he still has a hand that can make the nuts on the river. Any heart going to be good for him. And versus this small sizing, I do think I prefer the call, and Kirkovic does also just come along for the call. Versus a bigger turn sizing, that's when you can start seeing some check jams from the 7-8 of clubs. But Kirkovic misses the world. McMahon pairs up on the end, and this one's going to go check-check. McMahon's going to take it down. Kirkovic wouldn't be advised to start leading this river card. McMahon getting a good look up and down of our French fiend. And I would be very surprised to see McMahon try and get value on this river card. Kirkovic himself can have a lot of combo draws. There's a lot of Jack-10 of clubs, a lot of Jack-10 of hearts. There's going to be some two pairs, some 9-6, King-9, Queen-9. McMahon realizes that he's faded the world when he sees that 6-7, or that 7-8 of clubs, sorry. And a very nice pot moving the way of McMahon. I have a little bit of history with McMahon myself. We played against each other on day one of the IPT Limerick Festival. Half an hour before the end of day, myself and McMahon got involved in quite the pot, where he looked at me and said, if you shove blind v blind, I haven't looked yet, I will call. I shoved ace jack for 30 bigs before the end of day 2 blind v blind, and he had 7 deuce off. He hadn't looked, and unfortunately I was dead by the turn, and it was a great event. It's nice to see McMahon doing well here on this final table. Playing very well, playing very solid. We still have 8 players on this final table. Paul Carr, one of our short stacks. The other is Carl Cullen. Fime should be folding this ace-4. Lappin, of course, folding the 7-3. Cullen, 7 deuce off. Can't do anything with that on his short stack. De Decker should be opening here with the Queen 5 of hearts on the button. And again, he limps. Very, very unconventional plays here from our player on the button. Some really interesting plays from our Dutch friend. McMahon just going to check fold this flop. And De Decker pot controlling with top pair, using his weakest queen here to check back. Something you would see more in a raised pot. Something I don't really like seeing in a limped pot, and this is very strange play from De Decker. I don't really understand this line. I don't really understand his thought process at the minute. It's something that I would love to be able to ask him. But of course, it's not like I can run over to the feature table and say, hey, why are you limping this hand? And why are you checking twice? Not conventional plays on this final table, but it does work out for the decker. He does maintain his stack as the second in chips, but we do have a clear chip leader. Seat 1, our French Fiend, a day 1B knockout on our feature table. Came back in. And he is now our final table chip leader, playing very well. Playing very, very well. Good hand selection, good post-flop play. David Lappin, King-Queen in early position. Not an unreasonable holding to open here for our Irish Tees player. And he does elect to take the open. Just over 20 big blinds effective here for David Lappin. And it's going to fold round to the big blind, Carragher. Ace 5, a very, very reasonable defend in this position. Again, this would be a tight fold in the big blind, and we have seen some players making these tight folds. But this is definitely a defend, and something Carragher should consider. Maybe he's going to use it as the 3-bet jam. No, don't be so silly, Pred. Finds the call. And that's a beautiful flop for Carragher. Top and bottom. I really like this check back from Lappin. Has the king of diamonds in his hand. He's either way ahead or way behind on a flop like this, especially in ICM. And Carragher going to start going for some value here with top and bottom. And there's not an unreasonable chance that David actually just folds this turn. How often does he think Carragher is going to bet into him with a bluff? How many outs does he have? Carragher fumbling the bag. Happens all the time. Happens all the time. I think David might just fold this turn. With the king, queen, and the king of diamonds, having the king of diamonds in your hand when you're facing a bet actually makes it a bad card to have, because you want your opponent to have these drawing hands whenever you have second pair. David taking plenty of time to think through these decisions. Does his hand improve on any river cards? Or is every river card bad? Diamonds are bad, kings are bad, jacks are bad, tens are bad. The only good river card is really a queen. Maybe you think the king is an out. Diamonds no longer an out, and holding the king of diamonds does reduce some of the flushes that the big blind's going to have, especially if he knows that some of these players have been playing a little bit tight. And David, I think he must have spotted something, because he really is looking at Carragher here. He really does not want to continue with his hand. But maybe he's thinking, that if I call, I can turn my hand into a bluff on a diamond river. Wow, what a fold. David Lappin is just finding amazing spots and amazing folds. That is so disciplined. David Lappin been making some very, very good folds in this tournament. He's found some very, very impressive ICM folds that have almost always been correct. And you can see him still looking at Carragher, and I think he knows that that was probably the correct fold. Carragher unlikely to be leading the turn there on a board that is so strong for the early positions players raise. Especially when you're playing off a short stack in ICM, Lappin is not taking liberties here. He is not opening weak hands from early position. And this time, ace-5 suited also going to be an open. But Lappin does decide to just fold here. I guess he understands that Cullen is a very, very big short stack and someone he needs to bust before him. Same with Paul Carr sitting over there in seat 4. But if you were going to open some of the bottom of your range, I think ace-5 suited is going to be one of those hands that slips in for sure. Could be a little bit different than ICM, but I do think it's a hand that you'd almost rather open ace-5 suited than ace-6, ace-7, ace-8, ace-9 suited. Just has that little bit of extra playability. And it looks like Paul Carr gets the walk. We could be in for a bit of a grind here. On this final table, but a very impressive fold from David Lappin with the king-queen. I think he just recognizes that when Carragher bets into him, is it ever going to be weaker than top pair? Because if it's a drawing hand, does king-queen perform well on rivers? And holding the king of diamonds removes a lot of those hands that the big blind might lead on the turn. A very well thought out and a very disciplined fold from David Lappin. Eight-handed still on this final table. Our chip leader Kirkovich, been a little bit card dead, hasn't been able to navigate using this big stack. So it's not that his lack of aggression has come from anywhere other than all in for Paul Carr. Give him that triangle. 11 big blinds, no other way to do it. These chips are going in the middle. Fime, Lappin, both with folds, but Fime's is a little bit harder. 11 big blinds, king jack suited. Not the most unreasonable hand to consider calling with. And there is a world in which Fime does come over the top, but I think he's asking how much is Carragher playing. He's also going to see how much our other short stacks are playing. What is the risk premium of him losing this pot? How many chips does he continue to have? And this is very, very good to see from Fime. It shows that he is considering the risk premium. It shows he's considering the bubble factor, knowing Collins, Carr, Carragher, David Lappin on these shorter stacks. It's a nightmare for one of these middling stacks to double up one of the short stacks. It's a nightmare to join that sort of dogfight for chips at the bottom end of the table. And it's really nice to see that Fime is considering those options. I like the way he tried to ask for Carragher's stack, knowing that that's an important thing to look at. And Cullen, our big loser at the table so far, after Verhey's bust, down 1.8 million chips on the day. David Lappin not in amazing shape, but at the top is our chip leader and dominating this final table, Kirkovich. De Decker also up chips on the day, but making some unconventional limps pre. And some unconventional bets on the turn as well. Flop and turn. And Carragher, ace-queen suited, a lovely hand to find here. Off of just 24, 25 big blinds. We have seen him just open shove hands like these before. Instead, he does go for the raise. He makes it 325,000 with the ace queen. Colin in the big blind with pocket tens. Lappin lets it go, but Cullen is going to be all in with the pocket tens here, and Carragher is not going to be folding. This is a race absolutely priced in with the ace queen. And we're going to go to Flip City. He just said, I have to call. And we are going to be off to the races, ladies and gentlemen. Do we lose? Cullen in 8th place. He's been very, very solid today. I've loved the way he played the last few days. A couple of different strategies he's employed here. And it's a horrid flop. Cullen has to fade the world. Has to fade the ace, queen, jack 10, and the heart. He does. Wow, that is a huge, huge double up for Cullen, the short stack at the table. He was standing up. He was ready to go home. A scary flop, a horrific turn. But he dodges the world. The dealer not even allowing time for a sweat. He was pumping those cards out faster than I've ever seen on a final table. Carragher gonna lose some chips here. And the short stacks currently just spreading chips around each other. And a very sweaty hold for Cullen. Now playing 20 big blinds, I think. Actually, I don't even know if he's up to 20 big blinds yet. He's definitely close. Around 20 big blinds. Similar with David Lappin, similar with Paul Carr playing 14 or 15. And these short stacks are just putting crazy ICM pressure on Fime and Noel in seat 2. Some very interesting dynamics going on this final table. All the short stacks wishing Paul Carr lost that flip early on. Wishing that Cullen's just lost that one right there. But it doesn't happen. Look at that. Carragher, similar stack to Paul Carr. Fime in the cutoff, 5-6 suited. Opening into 2 short stacks. There's 2 schools of thought here. You can fold and let the short stacks battle it out. Oh, apologies to Decker in the big blind. I misread the positions there, but Cullen, not scared to play post flop. Does make a nice completion here with the queen 3 of diamonds. Definitely something that is very theory. Ace king 6, 2-tone. Not an unreasonable check from Cullen here with queen high. It's going to be the best hand a lot of the time. Does turn a pair. And this is very sticky. Very, very sticky from De Decker. Has the gut shot. Jack high. Don't know if he thinks Jack high is going to be good here. Cullen bets for value on the end with his queen. I think I would prefer using the queen as a bluff catcher there. I think that was a little bit optimistic. Once you've been called on the turn, nothing better is going to call you when you fire out that river bet with the queen 3. Maybe a 6 that got sticky. Very little rivered 7x that doesn't make 2 pairs. But our final table still being dominated by the big chip leader, Ilan Kirkovic. With a very, very clear chip lead over the rest of the table. Paul Carr, 1,095,000 chips. Moves all in with the ace 8 suited. Cullen has pocket aces. Oh, this is going to be disaster for Paul Carr. If he can't find some clubs, Paul is going to hate to see that reshove. Paul biding his time for a long time there. Finds ace 8 suited and just runs into the Rockets. The Irish Poker Tour legend in horrific shape on this final table. Has his tournament sun run. Has his tournament run good. come to the end, or can he survive? Do we see some clubs? Do we at least see an 8 on this flop? That flop is absolutely no help to Paul, and Paul, he's already walking away from the table. He does get turned dead, and that is GG to Paul Carr. Eliminated in 8th place. He played some fantastic poker. Day 1 chip lead, day 2 chip lead, made the final table here on day 3. An absolute pleasure to watch, and this will not be the last time you guys see him playing well and running deep in the Irish poker scene. His cash, good for €3,880. Well played to Paul Carr, an absolute gentleman. Found some amazing folds, made some lovely plays, got value where others would miss it. And unfortunately that is going to be him removed from seat 4, and we are down to our final 7 players. Congratulations, condolences. The Irish Poker Tour representative Paul Carr removed from the tournament. I'm sure he's going to be happy with his recent performance. He's definitely going to be happy with how he's been playing as of late. Back-to-back Irish Poker Tour wins. Always has a smile on his face. Knows how to play poker well. Has a lovely aggressive game to him. Not scared to take hands post-flop. And a well-deserved final table here at the International Poker Open. We are going to rejoin the action with Cullen opening from the cutoff. King-Queen offsuit. And Cullen making a beautiful comeback. He was the shortest stack at the table for a while. He was all in and at risk not too long ago, but now he is, I believe, 3rd in chips. And that just goes to show how tournaments can go like this. But still a clear chip lead for our French fiend in seat 1. Seat 8, De Decker, the Dutchman. Still above that 5 million chip mark, still very comfortable. Fime, Queen 10, gonna have to fold this one under the gun. Still have short stacks in Lappin and Carragher. Players that you want to bust, players that you want to see provide you with another ladder. Ace 10. I would like to see the open here from De Decker, but he's had a pretty interesting limping strategy going on at the minute, but it does look like those are raising chips, and he does make it 2.5x pre. Not something that you're going to see particularly often on a final table. Kirkovic, pocket 8s, a very reasonable spot to set mine, a very reasonable spot to also put in a 3-bet. He can apply a lot of pressure to De Decker's stack, but he is going to pick up on the fact that this is actually the first raise from De Decker on this final table. De Decker has been employing a limping strategy off of his big stack. And Kirkovic still with the best of it. Second pair to the board. And a turn bet would be very nice from Kirkovic here. Somewhere in the midst of 200k, a third pot would be very nice. Check back, not unreasonable. Wanting to avoid the collision with the big stack. The turn card, we don't see it just yet, but it has been dealt. Looks like we are going to see a value bet on the turn. On the unknown turn card, and is that Kirkovic over 800 chips? 800 chips. Of course he's got over 800 chips. Over 8 million chips. There we go. The board paired the 7. A nice value bet from Kirkovic. And he's the first man for 8 million chips. Will he be the first man at this final table to get over 10 million chips? There's always a chance. Playing very, very well. He played very well, but got very unlucky on day 1B, our first stream, all the way back on Friday at the start of the weekend. Saturday was highlighted by day 2 of the Super High Roller. Commentary from myself, doing my best to give you guys some good final table analysis, which of course we now have today after yesterday's main event day 2. And Kurkovic, of course, a very, very standard open with the King 10 here. McMahon on the button. Folding the Jack 10 suited, very disciplined here. Understanding that Carragher does have a very nice reshove stack, only playing 12 big blinds. And that's a very disciplined fold, and I think it could be a correct one. Fime in the big blind. Maybe considering using this as a 3-bet with the ace-6. Instead, he does decide to just see a flop, keep the pot small. Something that I do think is much, much better than considering the 3-bet there with the short stacks to your right and left. Arguments for even folding this ace-6 off pre because it doesn't play too well post-flop. Hard to realize equity with these offsuit hands that aren't connected. Even though you do have ace high, you're going to face a lot of aggression from the chip leader. Not a flop that Fime can lead. These 8 high boards, going to be better for the cutoff, hijack and buttons ranges. It's more when you see the 6-5-4s, 5-4-3s, 7-5-4 kind of boards that you're going to see some big blind leading. I would have liked to have seen a continuation there from Kurkovic with the King 10. He's going to be playing a wide range. He does have a reasonable amount of 8x. He does have overpairs. He does have flush draws. And I think it could be a missed bet on the flop from Kurkovic, especially in his spot in the chip lead. You just have to remember that these stacks, such as Fime's, they're not going to want to play back against you. They're not going to want to check raise. They need to keep these pots small. They need to avoid the risk of busting before the short stacks around them. Kurkovic, thinking his king high, could be good at showdown here. Because of his passive line in this pot, it is very likely that Fime is going to take this one down. This is where I would love to see a block bet from Fime. Even though he has ace high, I would love to see him bet 1 big blind, 1.2 big blinds, 80 to 100k would be very, very nice. It prevents shenanigans from Kurkovic now barreling off on the river. Does think, I'm just going to take showdown with ace high. And he does win. Kurkovic mocking his hand, but I do think that's a missed pot for Kurkovic. I do think he should have been able to find the c-bet on that flop. He does have a lot of 8x in his range. He does have a lot of flush draws, backdoor flush draws with 2 over cards. And he has to think, does that middling stack in the big blind want to check raise? Do they want to get light with maybe some open-enders, some backdoor flush draws? Whenever you're opening off that big stack, your range is going to be wider than players would normally give you from those positions off your stack depths because of the implications of ICM, because of the way you can aggress those middling stacks. And I do think that was a missed c-bet from our French friend in seat 1. Cullen, very reasonable open with King Queen, but he does have the stack size that needs to be worried. Fime, aces in the small blind. Gonna be 3-betting this one versus Cullen. Unlikely to see a flat call. And Cullen, very, very likely. Cullen makes it 235 pre. That is surprising. He almost 3x's pre with the King Queen. Something that I do think is not unreasonable. Cullen understanding that these big stacks are going to want to play back against him if he does get involved in pots. His range is going to be polarized. He can't open light because of those ICM considerations. So one thing that people do to exploit that, to change that play, is they start to put in some bigger raise sizings from these early positions off these middling stacks. Because they are saying, I have a polarized range, so I am going to raise pre to a polar sizing. I'm going to make it 2.7. I'm going to make it 3x pre. And I really like this adaptation from Cullen pre-flop off his middling stack. Of course, this time it's not going to work. He is going to run into the aces of Fime. Cullen, not one to play slowly. And I think he will just let this one go. Nice fold. And it looks like the players are going to have a quick break here. I've had a pleasure commentating this final table. We're coming back with 7 players. Our chip leader, over 8 million chips. Ilan Kirkovich from France. Sitting in seat 1, his second in chips compadre, Alexander De Decker. Sitting in seat 8, not in a great seat at the table with the chip leader on his left. A lot of risk play, a lot of risk premium, bubble factor, whatever you want to call it, from that seat with his 5.5 million chip stack. Working our way round from Elan to the left is Noah McMahon. Pretty handcuffed on this final table. He has 2.5 million chips. In next is our shortest stack at the table, Kevin Carragher. Done well to find his ladders here. He does have just shy of 1 million chips, 900k. Just over 10 big blinds. The man we just saw with the pocket aces, Fime, Alexandre Fime. Just around 3 million chips there, just over. He is our third in chip stack. David Lappin, seat 6, second in chips, or second shortest stack. He wishes he was second in chips. Second shortest stack, 1.4 million chips. Sub 20 big blinds. But I'm sure he knows how to navigate that well. He'll know his spots and when to take them. Following round, Carl Cullen, you just saw him raise with the king, queen, and fold versus the 3-bet from the aces. But that's a man who I've been very impressed with throughout the last few days and potentially one to watch. A nice stack size, and he's been playing well. I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. I'm going to take a quick break, going to grab some water. I suggest you guys do. Stretch the legs. We will be back with more final table coverage. We are playing down to a winner, 39,000 euros for first place. I hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. I am too. My name is Pred Poker. You can check me out, twitch.tv/Pred Poker. Otherwise, if you see me in person, my name is Tom Parsons. Come up and say hi. But it's been a pleasure. I'll catch you guys in 10 minutes. All right, the players are going to start taking back their seats. And for anyone just joining us, this is coverage of the IPO 2022 €300 buy-in main event. We are on the final table. We are down to the final 7. Those of you tuning in may know of the Irish player David Lappin. He is still in. But this is not an Irish-only final table. There at the front of your screen, you can see our Grecian Fime. Seat 1, we have our French Fiend and chip leader Kirkovic. And we also have De Decker, our second in chips player from the Netherlands, in seat 8. A couple of short stacks around this table. But our chip leader with over 100 big blinds and effective stack sizes ranging from 12 to 30 big blinds, sort of characterizing the play at this table at the minute. The players will be coming back to take their seats very soon. All right. One of our short stacks first back at the table. Kevin Carragher. He's managed to avoid a few bullets over the last while. Last 2 days, he's made some very, very, very nice folds. Managed to preserve his tournament life, and he is still involved with 7 players remaining. He is our current short stack, playing under $1 million, which does mean he's only playing just over 10 big blinds. I'm not sure when the blind levels increase. It's going to be soon. And you bet it's all going to start kicking off as these stacks get shorter, as these middling stacks also start to get in spots that the lines between call, fold, and all-in get a little bit more blurred. All right, players coming back to the table. There he is, David Lappin, top right of your screen. He himself has made some very, very clean ICM folds during the last 2 days. Going to be happy with his performance so far, but of course he's going to be looking for a double. He's going to want to start applying a little bit of pressure to this table. He's going to want the chips. And he's going to need more than one double to at least catch up with our chip leader, or even our second in chips with over 5 million chips. Chip leader over 8 million. 39,000 euros going to the winner alongside a trophy. It's been a pleasure. If anyone has been enjoying my commentary, my name is Pred Poker, twitch.tv/Pred Poker. If anyone is watching on Facebook or YouTube, hi. I know I can't see your guys' comments, but I appreciate you guys coming in and enjoying this coverage, reeling your friends, family, or just enjoying listening to my dulcet tones as we find our way down to a winner on this FT. And here we go. All the players filtering back in to take their seats, ready to play a little bit more poker. The night is young, and it coming up to 5 o'clock. With 7 players still remaining, there is plenty of play, plenty of action to be had. It's not unreasonable that we could lose a couple of players in quick succession. And that would be characterized with the following payouts. Our next bust has 5,680 euros locked up, and this is where the real pay jumps start to form. 6th place, 7,850 euros. You hit that lovely 5-figure score as you break through into the top 5, 10,230 euros for that 5th place finish. 4th place, 12,830 euros. We're really getting up to the big numbers for the bronze medalist for that podium. Just shy of 17,000 euros. Not a bad payday for a weekend's work. 2nd place characterized with a 23,770 euro payout. But the chip leader at the end of it all, when someone has collected every chip that you see on this table, they'll be walking home with a trophy and 39,000 euros. A huge return from a 300 euro buy-in. This field generated 803 runners. All right, the action kicks off. De Decker opening 2.5x under the gun with the King 9. And Cullen going to defend his big blind with the Ace 6. Ace 6 still the best hand, but De Decker likely to continue betting on this Jack 7-4 board. Does make the unconventional check back with the King 9, but does turn a pair. Cullen, I don't see it likely that he is going to lead. And De Decker going to be pretty confident that he has the best hand here. Does put out a value bet. It looks like he's put out half pot. Cullen unlikely to continue here with Ace High. And De Decker continuing to play a little bit unconventionally here as one of the big stacks. 2.5x pre from the chip leaders, not something that you see particularly often in these final table situations. There's your chip counts. Excuse me. Look at that chip lead. 8 million chips for Kirkovich. De Decker chilling 6 mil. Then it's a big drop. Fime 2.8, Cullen 2.8, McMahon 2.5. These guys are in ICM jail. They are completely handcuffed by our 2 short stacks. David Lappin all the way over in seat 6 at the top right of your screen. And seat 3, Carragher with the Jack 9 and 9 big blinds. It's going to be a fold from the hijack. Not a hand that you're going to really want to shove here, I don't think, for 9 big blinds. Not from this position. Does make a solid laydown. Lappin can't get involved. 13 big blinds, 8-3 suited. And Female letting it go with the A6. Not an unreasonable fold into the second in chips in the big blind. Cullen with pocket 2s. Very reasonable spot to complete the small blind. Instead he elects to choose the raise. Not unreasonable either. And 31 big blinds for Cullen. Lovely little chip stack he's built there. I do like chip stack art. And Cullen, of course, no stranger to it by the looks of it. He's played a good game the last 2 days, Cullen. Been enjoyable to watch. Feels to be deserving of his position here on the final table. Ace 10 for Fime in the hijack. Again, it's a bit of an awkward spot. You're raising into the 2 chip leaders in the blinds. You have the short stack to get through on your direct left. It is a very strong hand and not unreasonable to just raise fold from the hijack. Ace 9 off, certainly a fold. Ace 10 not unreasonable here for Fime. is considering it. And it does look like we're going to see the open. David Lappin, 13 big blinds, can't get involved. This one's going to fold round to the big blind. Our chip leader, Kirkovich, who has ace-10, he can really apply some pressure here with a hand like ace-10 offsuit from the big blind. The middling stack is opened. There are some stacks behind. He could use all-in. He can use non-all-in sizings here. He can't just call, of course. All three of those options definitely available. But look, he's asking for the chip stack. I really like this. Kirkovich having a think. Does he want to use this hand to move all in? And I think it wouldn't be unreasonable. He can apply so much pressure. Fime has to fold an incredible amount of his range. It looks like he's going to use the non-all-in sizing. Again, I think that is very reasonable, but this is a lovely play from our chip leader here. Ilan Kirkovich from France. I very much like this. He understands the pressure he can apply to the short stack in the hijack. Fime going, ugh, why did I have to get dealt the ace-10? I knew this was going to happen. Why is it always me? And I don't think he can continue. He does have position. It's a very close spot, but I think folding here going to be a very, very, very good option. Not the only option, but probably the one I would take, and I very much enjoy that fold from Fime. I love the 3-bet from Kirkovich, recognizing his position at the table, recognizing the stacks around and the dynamic that he can impose, the precedent he can set. Very nice 3-bet. Beautiful spot from the ace-10. I think both the non-all-in sizing and the all-in sizing there would be very reasonable for 3-bets. He could also just call, but I just love to see it. I'd love to see that aggression from the chip leader, especially on the final table, recognizing the 9 big blind stack, the 13 big blind stack. The smile on his face says it all. Fime knows that Kirkovich is just allowed to get out of line in spots like this. And Fime, ace-3 suited. I think he should probably... Oh, Carragher, 8s. He's going to be all in. He's too busy getting comfortable looking at that very pretty ace-3 of diamonds, but 9 big blinds in pocket 8s is an amazing situation. Carragher announces the all-in. Lappin can't call with the queen-jack. Gonna let this one go. Gonna make its way round to the button. One of our big stacks. Decker folds the 6-7. Kirkovich in the small blind, asking for a count with king-queen. This is an incredibly close spot for our chip leader. I think calling here is not unreasonable. Well, all in probably more likely, considering McMahon's stack in the big blind. If he does think king-queen is going to be good enough here for 9 big blinds. Carragher not been known to get out of line. And he does edge pass, and he looks a bit pained to do it. Shakes his head from side to side. And I think that's not unreasonable to fold there. I think if it was 5, 6, 7 big blinds, king-queen is going in there every single day. But a slight edge pass from our chip leader there. He does not mind keeping these short stacks short, and I think that could be one of the reasons that led him to fold there. It just allows him to exert more pressure on these middling stacks. Keeping these short stacks in play is much, much better for Kirkovich than it is for literally anyone else at the table. Except for, you know, the short stacks who don't actually want to bust. But it's just such a lovely spot for the chip leader. To Decker ace-6. Again with the limp. Again with the very unconventional strategy on this final table. Giving a free big blind to that suited hand from Carragher. McMahon also going to come along. Or did he push his chips for? I think McMahon called. I don't know. I can't remember. I think I see his cards under his hands there. And at the very least, we're heads up to a flop, but there is a chance for multi-way here. And here you go. This is just the issue from De Decker. Limping pre, I just don't understand it. With his chip stack, with his 55 big blinds, I just don't really know what he's up to. And he's allowed Carragher with the Jack 2 of hearts to realise his equity. And he has flopped trips. De Decker now going for a big bet on the flop. Half pot in a limp pot. Whenever De Decker, how much 2x does he have? I think De Decker's inexperience is showing here on this table. Carragher, no reason to do anything other than just call. Shoving just folds out all of De Decker's bluffs. But De Decker definitely showing his inexperience here on this final table. Carragher trying to realize, can I call credibly? Does move all in, and I think it's not unreasonable. All the 8x that De Decker has limped is going to have to call. All of his 9s, 10s that he may be limping are going to have to call. And it may even get a call from a hand like ace high. De Decker could very comfortably level himself into an ace high hero call here on this final table after limping pre. But he's just putting himself in some very tricky situations. I think his flop c-bet is per timing. I think it's per hand choice. He has to think to himself, how much 2x am I limping pre? And there's what? 2 combinations of pocket 2s. A couple of combinations of ace 2 offsuit. It just doesn't really make sense to bet so big on that flop. Bet 1 big blind, but with ace high, you're going to check back a lot on 8-2-2 versus the big blind. And De Decker unfortunately loses one, and the rest of the table, everyone except for Carragher himself and Elon Kirkovich, not going to be enjoying the fact that they did not see a ladder, they didn't see a bust. In fact, it was the opposite. The short stack picked up some chips. It'll be interesting to see if De Decker now uses 4s as a limp as well. Instead, he 3x's, a very, very mixed strategy here from De Decker, and I just don't really understand the logic behind his sizings and his hand selection. Normally 4s are going to work their way into the kind of hand that limps. Instead he uses it as the 3x and the ace 6 off as the limp. Interesting hand selection. Carragher of course going to fold the 9-3 suited, but he's also probably quite confused. Why are you limping sometimes? Why the 2.5x? Why the 3x? And these players will have been playing with De Decker for the last 2 days and potentially even the last 3 or 4. De Decker takes one down. But definitely becoming quite exploitable to the player who is getting fed information on their breaks about what hand selection he's using. When is he limping? When is he raising big? When is he raising really big pre-flop? All of these things give information to the other players by not using consistent sizings, by not using a consistent strategy. He is making this a little bit harder for himself. Cullen, ace-jack suited, a very comfortable open. Even though he's got 30 big blinds, even though there is an 11 and a 13 big blind stack in play, this is a hand that's just too strong. Fime, gonna let this one go in the small blind, and it's gonna fold round to the one and only. Oh, Carragher has 7s and 15 big blinds. All in, not a bad move, but he does recognize that Cullen's range is gonna be quite tight. Calling here doesn't make much sense. It's gonna be an all-in or a fold spot. Cullen using that bigger sizing, knowing that his range is gonna be very polar. And this is tough for Carragher. This is not an easy decision with pocket 7s. He understands the fact that Cullen, using these sizings, is polarizing his range, and I honestly think that 7s fold is completely fine. Lapping with King 5 suited in the big blind, it's going to be hard to call such a big sizing off of his short stack. And Cullen using that bigger sizing, polarizing his range, not giving those big stacks an easy time to come over the top of him, pressure him with these 2 short stacks in play. Maybe a little bit zealous going over 3x, but I think anywhere between 2.5 and 3x is polarizing enough without risking extra chips to your reshove from a short stack, where you may need to fold the bottom of those the bottoms of those ranges. Lappin's flag is Malta. Maltese. Folds to our chip leader. Ooh, Kirkovich, pocket jacks. Our French fiend with a lovely hand. He's going to be getting a little bit out of line here with opens. He should be able to pressure these players at the table. But he does have pocket jacks. A very reasonable hand. Carragher with the ace-8 of diamonds. He's been playing very solid. I don't expect him to 3-bet shove this one. He doesn't even give it much thought. He does let it go. This one's going to fold round to the big blind, Cullen. And it's very likely this is going to be taken down pre. I do not think Cullen should be defending this 8-6. Cullen does decide to defend. I think this might be a little bit of a mistake. Playing versus the chip leader, his hand is very vulnerable. It does not perform well across multiple streets of betting. The big stack is going to apply a lot of pressure to your stack size. Your stack is very vulnerable. The risk premium is so high on all of your chips because you have these 2 short stacks. You have this 11 big blind stack. You have this 15 big blind stack in play. And Kirkovich, even though he has it right now, he's going to be able to apply so much pressure across these 3 streets. One player recognizing this very well is McMahon on seat 2. Playing very tight, playing handcuffed, knowing the implications of these spots. And Cullen, as you can see, he's put himself in a tough spot. He's not going to fold his pair right now. And I expect this turn to go check-check. Kirkovich with the pocket jacks, blocking a lot of hands that are going to continue to 2-bets that he's currently ahead of. Excuse me. Pot controlling here, not unreasonable. Betting again, though, is the imposition player. Gonna happen sometimes. Still get value from 10x. Still get value from, 10x of clubs. Maybe some king x of clubs, some combo draws. And I do like this continuation some of the time because, again, as I said, Kirkovich is going to apply so much pressure to these middling stacks. Cullen, McMahon, Fime, all incredibly handcuffed. Just because Kirkovich is allowed to do things like this, he is allowed to apply so much pressure because the risk premium of busting is disgustingly high whenever you've got these short stacks in David Lappin. Oh, and he's going to get sticky with the 8-6. Cullen does not get there. Wondering, can he turn his hand into a bluff? He has the 6 of clubs. It's going to go check-check. Cullen's going to get shown the bad news. He says, I have a pair, but the table are going to see Cullen got very sticky with 8-6. And I think that is a misstep from Cullen. He's played very, very well the last few days. But I think he should be folding the ace-6 off pre-flop. It's just very, very vulnerable. It's not going to perform well across multiple streets, especially against the chip leader. It's a little bit different if he's playing that pot versus Fime. Or against McMahon. But I do think that was a little bit out of line, a little bit of a loose defend. calling the flop is okay, but he just can't continue on that turn with his hand. He has to think about his hand in terms of his range. How often can he call? What does he have that's better? He has 10x, he has turned queen x, he has backdoor combo draws. When that queen of clubs comes on the turn, he's going to have hands that contain 2 clubs, also straight outs. Going to have hands like jack 9 of clubs. Instead, he does get a little bit sticky, and Kirkovich almost at that 10 million chip mark. He is flying in this tournament. He has a commanding chip lead on this final table, and David Lappin is going to be moving all in here. He has 10 big blinds. He has ace-7 suited. And David Lappin moves all in. He's going to get this one through. Yeah, he's going to be sweating it a little. But he does get that pickup. Big, big pickup for David Lappin. Moves him up to that 13 big blind mark. A little bit more fold equity now. Staying above that 10 big blind mark does make it a little bit easier as the short stack to generate some chips. Generate that little bit of fold equity. Especially against those stacks that are playing the 20 to 30 big blinds. Fime, Carragher, McLaughlin. Or McMahon, apologies. And McMahon, handcuffed as usual. Admittedly, he hasn't had to make too many tough folds, but I do feel like he's been recognizing the spots that he's been put in. Lappin, gonna fold this one. Cullen also gonna let go with the queen 3 on the button. De Decker, 6 deuce of diamonds. I would like to see him complete this versus the chip leader. Folding also not unreasonable. Instead, we see him raise the 6-2 of diamonds. I just think it's quite poor hand selection from De Decker. Kirkovich not going to be going anywhere with 10-8 here. But De Decker not exactly playing theoretical here. Playing a strategy that is a little bit exploitable to some of these better players. Does flop bottom pair and a backdoor flush draw. Kirkovich, I expect to check back this board a reasonable amount with his 10-8. But holding the chip lead, it's never going to be wrong starting to put some aggression in, but he does state check. I do think I prefer the check here with the 10-8. It's a board that you're not going to get the small blind to fold ace high. You're not going to get the small blind to fold king high. Even hands like jack 10 with a backdoor not going to fold. De Decker using his hand as a bluff catcher now. Very disciplined from Kirkovich, our chip leader. And I would like to see another check from De Decker. He wants to induce the bluff. He wants to use his hand as a bluff catcher, and I do like that check. Now Kirkovich can't be happy with his 10 high, and he needs to think, if I bet, how big do I have to bet to get a 2 to fold, to get an ace high to fold, to get a king to fold? Do those hands fold to a bet? What can I rep? And I think he has to go very polarizing. He has to try and rep the 4. He has to try and go close to pot. Instead, we see a very small bet. Not a massive fan of that sizing from Kirkovich. I don't even think ace high, potentially even king high, are going to fold to that sizing. I think if you're going to pull the trigger, you've got to represent the 4 that's checked twice. Because you don't have many hands that are going to want to value bet. And when your range is polarized, you want to take polarizing sizings. So betting that sort of third pot in position on the river, it's not going to generate many folds from the hands that you're actually trying to get to fold. You have to think, what does the small blind check 3 times here? They're obviously going to want to get to showdown. Carragher, ace king. 15 big blinds under the gun. Using this as a min-raise, not unreasonable, but I think all in, the better play here on the final table. You don't want to let That big blind realizes equity. You don't want to let these big stacks realize equity with hands that they can continue with in position. And that's a lovely play. Carragher making the decision that I think is correct there with the ace-king offsuit, moving all in for 15 big blinds. Of course, an absolute powerhouse of a hand. I think Cullen's going to find a pretty easy fold here with the ace-9 suited. Doesn't need to give it too much thought. And it folds round to Kirkovic in the big blind. He asks for a count. And this is so close, but McMahon has pocket jacks in the big blind. We might see a three-way all-in. And if we do, and Kirkovic does not hit an 8, there will be a big swing in chips. Kirkovic wondering, is 8 good enough for 15 big blinds? I think there's a pretty reasonable chance that Kirkovic does actually find the fold here with the pocket 8s. Understanding that it's going to be a tough spot, but he moves all in, and this is horrid for McMahon. I don't think he can fold for 20 big blinds. He's going to count out his stack, but this is crazy. What a spot for McMahon. He has bided his time on this final table. He understands that he's been handcuffed by ICM. Does he fold the pocket jacks? How wide is Kirkovic going with this one? Is he even beating Carragher's range? This is a spot. I think if he has 30 or 40 big blinds, he can find the fold. And you can see the pain. This is not an easy spot with pocket jacks. I think we're going to see the call. I think if McMahon was deeper, we might see the fold. But it's a nightmare if he's to bust now with the 2 shorter stacks. This is such a tough spot. This is not easy. Does he find the call? He does lay it down, and I honestly do not blame him. He's not going to like seeing the 8s here. And we have a flip. Do we lose Carragher? In 7th place. It's a race. And I do not think that that Jack's fold is incorrect. I think that is completely okay. Very, very tough spot. And that is a clean flop for the pocket 8s. Absolutely no help to the ace-king of Carragher. And it's an amazing turn for the pocket 8s as well. Carragher, all in, at risk, has 5 outs going to this river card. And he doesn't get there. Kirkovic over the 10 million chip mark. And McMahon, he's going to be thinking about that Jack's fold, but I cannot blame him. I don't think he just said, yep, I would have won. And that was fantastically played. I think Carragher played very, very well. Kevin Carragher finishing in 7th place. A beautiful, beautiful payout of 5,680 euros. 6th place, every player, 7,850 euros locked up. The under the gun shove for 15 big blinds. The reshove from the chip leader and the small blind with the pocket 8s. I think that's a very reasonable fold. Queens are going in every day of the week. 10s are getting folded every day of the week. It's just another one of those really borderline spots. Lappin made a similar fold yesterday. Lappin made a similar fold today with the pocket jacks. And McMahon folds jacks. 3 times we've seen jacks folded in an ICM spot. Crazy bits of business here on this final table. Fime, a very defendable hand with king 6 of clubs. Not a hand you're going to want to shy away with here. There is only 1 stack shorter than you now, or 2 stacks shorter than you, and everyone is close around 20 bigs. You're going to want to try and realize some equity in a hand like King 6 suited has a lot of equity post-flop, especially versus a chip leader button open. Very easy to navigate this hand post-flop. And a lovely defend from Fime. Makes the correct decision. But this is a flop that Fime is very comfortably going to find a check fold on. Even though he has bottom pair, his hand does not improve on future streets. And Kurkovic with the clearest crystal c-bet I think I've seen today. Quarter pot, third pot, pick your poison, 150k, a likely c-bet here from Kurkovic. His entire range should be betting on this flop versus the big blind. Looks at his chips, goes for the c-bet. And I pretty much nailed it on the head here with the sizing as well. Kurkovic playing a blinder, having a beautiful tournament so far, being rewarded with a massive chip lead. And it's a 140,000 chip c-bet. Unfortunately, Fime should be folding his hand now. His hand is very static. It doesn't improve on future streets. The chip leader's betting power is just crazy in spots like this. Your range is capped, especially on a board like Ace-Jack-6. You don't have the top ends here. You don't have the jacks, the Ace-King, the Ace-Queen. But he's going to get sticky, and I'm not a massive fan of this continuation from Fime. Not in a final table situation, not in ICM. You just have to respect the fact that the range of the button is too strong. The ICM implications are too strong. The fact that the chip leader is able just to continue betting, like, it doesn't matter that Kurkovic has eights here. What matters is what his range does, and Kurkovic is going to be able to just go firing. I think he might pot control this turn with the eights. Kurkovic maybe thinks that the 6x folds, but he is going to continue. Oh no, he's just reaching for chips there for a little bit of a shuffle. He probably thinks to himself that a lot of 6x folds this flop. Can he get Jack-X to fold if he bets twice with the pocket eights? Can he even get weak Ace-X to fold? But I do prefer this check back. I think it's very nice. And I would love, now that Fime has called flop, this is a perfect river to block bet. Well, it's not actually perfect. There's going to be a reasonable amount of Jack-X in Kurkovic's range that does go bet check. And now his river trips. But if Fime calls flop and doesn't want to get bluffed off this hand, blocking here for a big blind, maybe a big blind and a half, is going to be a very reasonable strategy on this final table, but I just don't think he should. I think he should just check. Does opt for the check. Kurkovic going to be shown the good news. I think he's going to be surprised. Excuse me. That 6 continued for Fime on a board that is so good for his range. And the rich get richer, almost 11 million chips. For our chip leader, and 39,000 euros up first. There's the payouts. Almost 8,000 euros for 6th. 5th gets that 5-figure score. And you work your way up, 10, 13, 17, 24,000 euros. And the place that everybody wants, but only one person at this final table will get 39,000 euros. And a beautiful trophy. Ilan Kurkovic playing very, very well. I very much enjoyed that turn check with the pocket eights. Hasn't gotten out of line. I think he's made very little to none mistakes over the time that we've been watching him here from the commentary booth as he's been playing on future table. Very, very solid poker being played by him, and a very, very standard open with the ace-queen. He is going to get this blind steal through, and while we do see Kurkovic having some very reasonable hands, he's going to be doing this with a lot worse in this position. He can absolutely abuse this table. Beautiful, beautiful play from the Frenchman in seat 1. Been very impressed with him over the weekend. And now we have a very interesting dynamic. The risk premium for second in chips to Decker is really, really horrid. He has 6 million chips. He has 60 big blinds. But the risk of colliding versus the chip leader in Kirkovic is horrific. Kirkovic, a very, very clear-cut open with the ace-8 here. Any ace and a lot of his king X is going to be opens off this stack size. McMahon, 20 big blinds. Just folds the king jack suited in position, understanding that once he flats the small blind, the big blind, the button, all have spots that can come over the top. And I have really enjoyed how McMahon has played this tournament. Showing a clear understanding of the implications of his decisions, not just autopiloting into thinking that he has a good hand. He should maybe call here and see a flop. Of course, these things might happen in chip EV, but on a final table with these pay jumps, with the implications of ICM, there's been a very high level of play at this final table today. And Kirkovic just continues to pick up hands. He should be getting out of line, but he doesn't even need to. He is just picking up hand after hand. Fime, ace-2, Lappin, 9-7. These hands having to go into the bin. Colin in the small blind. Nothing he can do. Chip leader to Decker, Jack-8 offsuit. Again, not the worst hand to call, but you have to think about it. How does this hand perform versus multiple streets of betting from the chip leader? Does this offsuit hand sneak into the range? It's a question I don't know the answer to. I think it probably does. And this is not a bad board for Kirkovic to check back. I think c-betting it isn't unreasonable. Turning a 4 here is lovely. It also allows you to check back a lot of turns, see a lot of free rivers, and it looks like he is going to reach for some chips. Again, taking that small sizing. Excuse me, 140,000 I think was the bet, just by looking at the chips he flicked in. Yeah, 135,000 to Decker. Going for the check raise, I think this is not necessary. I think it's a little bit unreasonable. The risk premium of colliding with the big stack, the risk premium of clashing with someone who can take you out of the tournament, the only player that can turn your tournament life from hero to zero, is something you just don't want to be doing in ICM. You do not want to be colliding with that man on your left who has that tower of chips. I would have preferred the check call from top pair. You want to keep those pots small. You want to keep the sizing small. You want to keep the pots small. Let the short stacks bust. Let them do the work for you. Your risk premium is just very high. I was going to say a spot for David Lappin when it folds to him off 10 big blinds. That's not going to happen very often, but unfortunately, he doesn't pick up a hand that he's going to be able to shove with. I think he understands that. He does let it go. Disappointed that he doesn't get a spot there once the players fold to him. To Decker. Reasonable limp here. Kirkovic with the Jack-2 off. Not unreasonable to use this as a raise. Apply the pressure. But it's a really fucking garbage hand, so not surprising that we see a check back. People prefer to use sort of Jack 4, King 4, Queen 4, Queen 5, Jack 5 as those raises with the offsuit combinations that aren't going to play well, but they do have that high card value, duplicating the best hands, Jacks, Kings, Queens. And triples for our second in chips. Fires 1.7 big blinds on the flop and takes it down to Decker, chipping up slightly in a really nice spot in this tournament. David Lappin. In the hijack here with King Queen. And he's just ran into it. That is devastating. McMahon can't fold the ace queen here. Oh, David Lappin. All at risk for 6th place. He's a 3-1 dog, 2-1 dog. I don't even know. All I know is that he needs a king. Runs into it to McMahon. It's been a valiant effort so far. If we do not see a king, David Lappin is going to be leaving this tournament. The queen gives some chop outs. Any 6. And Lappin stays alive. Any king, and he doubles up. Oh, David Lappin. Wow. Finds it on the river. McMahon, very unfortunate to not knock out David Lappin. Everybody at the table except for David Lappin. Gonna be sad that the king came on the river. Oh, I am indeed muted. Thank you very much, Mackham's Rule. I've been chatting for ages, and I didn't even realize. I muted to cough. Thank you. I was just saying here that it's not an unreasonable spot for Lappin to fold. He is going to be ahead of McMahon's range, but he has to think of the bubble factor. He has to think of the risk premium. Is the risk of losing 800k much worse than the benefit of gaining these 800,000 chips? But he does make the call. He does think his hand is good enough of the time. He does think it's dominating the range of McMahon, which it is. It's just whether or not it has the equity, whether or not the risk premium is enough of a factor to fold the ace-4. And if we don't see a king or a 6, McMahon will be eliminated from this tournament. No help for McMahon. Absolutely no help for McMahon. He needs the king or the 6. He needs to hit the 5-outer on the river. He needs to do what Lappin did to him, or we lose our player in 7th. River card is a 7. We do lose McMahon. I think he played a wonderful game. David goes over, gives him a hug, gives him his condolences. McMahon eliminated for 7,850 euros, eliminated in 6th place. We are down to our final 5 players. David Lappin picking up chips, skyrocketing his way up to 3rd. Apologies for being muted earlier. I had a little cough, muted the mic, and forgot to unmute. Professional commentary, professional streaming here from myself. I was saying that the Jack-9 hand was a little bit unorthodox. That small sizing being used on the turn. No worries, we're muted for only an hour. That small sizing being used on the turn. Definitely unorthodox from our Dutchman in seat 8. Could be a tell for those players at the table. He's betting small with his worse hands and sizing up with his better value to Decker. Ace-Queen suited though, 80 big blinds, a very reasonable open. Kirkovic should just fold the Queen-9. He does let it go and Lappin up to 30 big blinds. Still in a little bit of ICM jail, still wants Fime to bust before him. Yeah, I wonder how long I was actually muted for. I genuinely don't know. Still wants Fime to bust before him. Still wants Carl Cullen to bust before him. Carl, very reasonable to stand with ace-7, and an ace-high board could spell drama. Check back, not unreasonable from ace-queen of hearts, but I would actually prefer to see ace-queen of hearts bet this board a little more than the ace-queen of clubs, ace-queen of spades, ace-queen of diamonds counterparts. Because your hand is protected by backdoor equity. Facing a lead on a lot of turn cards from the early position player. But Ilan Kirkovic still our clear chip leader. De Decker, 80 big blinds though. He is on the heels of our Frenchman in seat 1. We are down to our final 5. Seat 1, your chip leader, Ilan Kirkovic. Seat 5, your Grecian, Alexandru Fime. Seat 6, David Lappin, the well-known 3rd in chips, 30 big blinds. Round at seat 7, we have Carl Cullen. Played very solid. Got a little bit sticky in a pot with 8-6. Versus the chip leader. But other than that hand, has put on an immaculate performance getting into this final table. Moving around the table, we have a big stack. 2nd in chips, the Dutchman, Alexander De Decker. Playing less conventional than the other players. But he's picking up more chips than them. Maybe he knows something that they don't know. He is the man with a stack. He's the man in contention with Ilan Kirkovic. And these, at the minute, are the two that are likely to go heads up. Looking at the chip stacks, statistically and probability based, They are going to be there the vast majority of the time with these chip stacks. David Lappin, the next contender to try and get onto that podium, try and get heads up with what's likely to be our Frenchman with the stack sizes as they are. Just going to ignore that one on Twitch chat. But if you guys do want to enjoy the conversation that is coming out of this final table, you guys want to talk to me, you want me to see what you're saying, you want to give your support for anyone on this final table, twitch.tv/UnibetPoker for any of you who may be watching on YouTube, Facebook, or the International Poker Open website. You can come say hi. Moofy, if we could get Final 5 put in the title instead of just Final Table, that would be lovely. Cullen, 17 big blinds. Gonna move all in here with the 8s. And the Decker has woken up with the ladies, the mamacitas, pocket queens. Tarkin just says good luck, Bath Boy. Once I count, Cullen letting him know it's about 17 big blinds. I think opening the 8s here could have been reasonable rather than the open shove, but it's not unreasonable, that's for sure. Fime has ace king. Oh, this is a horrid spot. He's covered by Cullen. That's what makes this even more difficult. I have no idea. This is a horrid spot. I have no idea if this is a call in ICM. I have absolutely no idea. 5th place is locked up 10k. A ladder brings you to almost 13k. This is a €3,000 pay jump. And Fime, he is going to go for it. We may see a double elimination if we do not see an ace king or an 8. We are going to be three-handed on this feature table, on this final table of the IPO main event. This is crazy. De Decker, potential to be tied in chips with our French Fiend in seat 1. Lappin is going to be lapping this up. This is a potential double ladder to €17,000 for David Lappin if we don't see an 8, an ace, or a king. And that is an amazingly clean flop for the pocket queens. No backdoor flush draws for anyone. It's a 5 on the turn. This could be us three-handed. Oh, it's an ace on the river. Alexandre Fime. He stays alive. And that is a massive Barry. Collins could have gotten away from the 8s had he min raised pre off of those 18 big blinds. It would have been a 3-bet. It would have been a 4-bet jam. The potential open jam for 18 big blinds. Sealing his fate, but that is a huge river. The Barry Greenstein. We are down to our final 4 players. 10,000, a 5-figure score for Cullen. The next pay jump is from 12,830 to 17,000 chips, but that was a crazy Barry Greenstein. He is shaking, the adrenaline pumping through. Our Grecian Fime. Oh, look at that deep breath. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. 5 million chips for the Grecian. Over 40 big blinds. We are four-handed here. at the IPO main event. Cullen shoves 18 big blinds with the pocket eights. I was surprised not to see him in open. The reshove from the pocket queens, the overcall from the ace king, the incredibly safe flop and turn for the pocket queens covering both players, but Barry Greenstein shows up to save the day for our Greek player. He has massive smiles on his face. Look at that double pay jump that almost occurred. David Lappin, now the short stack, would have laddered up to 17,000 euros. Of course, all of these players going to be happy right now. A 5-figure score, 300 euro buy-in, 13,000 locked up for essentially all of them. And that creates another interesting dynamic. Ilan Kirkovic, almost double the chips of the next biggest stack. Fime, De Decker, they're not going to want to bust before Lappin. We have a 4,000 euro pay jump. Fime going to be completing the small blind here with the 3-5 suited more often than not. David Lappin, 24 big blinds with the queen 4 off here. I would be surprised to see Fime do anything other than call or raise. Does look like he is going to call. And David Lappin, I would like to see him use the queen 4 offsuit as a raise here, but instead he is just going to let this one go post flop. It is going to be used a certain frequency of the time, but this is an action flop. We have the gut shot and the flush draw for Fime. We have the queen of hearts and bottom pair for Lappin. I wouldn't mind a little check raise from Fime here. A bet also not unreasonable, because he will be able to fire a lot of overbets on turns, which would be very fun, and I would be a massive fan of if that's what we see. Lappin not going to be going anywhere on this flop. Checking to see if he has any hearts, checking to see that he does have a pair. Does make the call, and there's going to be some turns that we're going to see some fireworks on. The 8 of hearts is one of them. Fime turning the flush. I would expect to see a continuation from the 5-3 of hearts, somewhere in the midst of half pot. I see Dara Daving doing good in the high roller. He is indeed. He was one of the big stacks earlier in the day. Double barrel from Fime would be nice, but I would be surprised to see Lappin go anywhere unless Fime uses a very large sizing. But it does look like the half pot bet is going to come out from Fime. Actually just bigger than half pot. Closer towards that 3/4 mark. Not unreasonable, blind v blind. And David Lappin, bottom pair. Queen high flush draw. The board pairs. Fime. Does he go for value with his flush? David Lappin getting a good look in. I'm not sure what I would do in Fime's shoes here. Blind v blind play is difficult. You do have one of the worst flushes, but it's still a flush, blind v blind. And that is a powerhouse of a hand. I think a value bet will be seen here. You're going to get value from Jack 9. You're going to get value from 8x a lot of the time. There's a lot of hands that you can derive value from. The real question is, to what sizing do you make it? Do you make it 1,000,000 chips? He does make it a million. I love the sizing here from Fime. It allows him to get called by hands that continue the flop that included an 8, some jack 8s, some king 8s, some ace 8s with a heart. It allows you to get called by jack 9, by 9-6 that potentially included a heart or backdoor diamonds. But David Lappin with not an unreasonable bluff catcher. He does have quite a prevalent heart in the Queen of Hearts. You wouldn't want the Ace of Hearts here because that's the kind of card you would want your opponent to have were he bluffing. So holding the Queen is actually much better than holding the Ace of Hearts here. And it's not an unreasonable hero call, but he has to think to himself, does Fime value bet an 8? Does Fime value bet a straight? Because if he thinks Fime is only going to value bet a flush here, the Queen of Hearts is a very nice card to have. The small blind is going to have a lot of flushes here. A lot of their completions from the small blind are going to be suited hands. And David pulling out calling chips. He is considering the call. You can see him, he's on the edge, he doesn't know. He wants to see what Fime has. And does he find the hero fold? He does move his chip slightly back. Oh, he wants to throw the chip in. He wants to throw it in. I love the consideration, and that is a great fold. That is a great fold. Wow, fantastic fold. Folds the bluff catcher. The Queen of Hearts, a great card to have if you are going to bluff catch. You unblock the missed straights. You don't have the Ace of Hearts, which is going to play the exact same way. And David Lappin making a very nice fold to the turn flush of Fime. He saves a significant proportion of his stack. Realizes that he himself has hands that might be better to call. 8s with a heart. Straights that contain a heart. And now he picks up 10s, rewarded from the small blind. Fime not going to open this one. The question is, does Lappin use this as a limp jam for 20 big blinds? Does he use it as a raise call? And it looks like he's going to use it as a limp jam with the pocket 10s. And there's a horrific flop for the pocket 10s of David Lappin. Isn't going to fold to one street of betting here from De Decker, who has flopped top pair. 7 of hearts on the turn. Flop goes check check, turn goes check check. And there is not an unreasonable amount for Lappin to take this one down as a bluff, but he does just let it go to showdown. And this has been a very exciting final table. I've had a lot of fun, and if you guys have enjoyed my commentary, you can check me out over at twitch.tv/PredPoker. I would appreciate a follow over there. It is free. My name is Tom Parsons if you ever see me out and about playing live. I hope my commentary hasn't been too harsh to some players, hasn't been too biased towards others. I hope I've tried to provide you guys with a little bit of banter, some reasonable analysis. And Fime with a pretty reasonable open here four-handed. I would like to see him open this 10-8 suited off of just shy of 50 big blinds. 48 big blinds or so. And Fime does open the 10-8 suited. Nice to see. De Decker with the A7 off in the small blind. Not a hand that I would advise to complete with here. A7 offsuit, playing it out of position versus a strong range. Not something that I would recommend. A little bit loose from our Dutch player here. Fime should c-bet this flop. Instead, we see a lead from De Decker, which will generate a fold from Fime, but not something that I would recommend. Fime does have the nut advantage when it comes to flushes here. He's the one with pocket jacks. De Decker, of course, can have some flop flushes, but the density of the strongest flushes are going to be in the initial opener's range there. Surprised to see that lead from the small blind, but as we've said before, at this table, at this final table, De Decker definitely likes to mix things up. He likes to put pressure on these players, do things that are unconventional, try and make them feel uncomfortable. And the game continues four-handed. We are pretty deep stacked against these bigger stacks in the tournament. David Lappin playing 20 big blinds as fourth in chips. But almost 100 big blinds for our chip leader, Ilan Kirkovic. And 4-3 suited on the button. I think he can open this one, but David Lappin, ace-king of spades in the big blind. Playing sub 20 big blinds now, playing about 16 to 17 big blinds. Fime, jack deuce of clubs, a very reasonable hand to complete here in the small blind. And you would expect Lappin to potentially 2.5 or 3 exit pre if Fime does elect to limp the jack deuce of spades. Fime, definitely one of the slower players at the table, definitely very methodical in his approach. And it looks like he's actually going to use this hand as a raise pre-flop. David Lappin going to be very happy to wake up with a hand as strong as ace-king of spades. And I do think we will just see the move all in. Fime, of course, will not call if that happens. Lappin may decide to take a hand as strong as ace-king suited post-flop. But he does make the very easy decision. Moves all in for his remaining just sub 2 million chips. Playing about 15 big blinds. And Fime, a little bit of Hollywooding here. I think it's a little bit unnecessary. Just slowing up the pace of play. Knows he's never going to call the shove. Should just let it go. The players will see it in half an hour anyway. All right, Fime, very reasonable open here. Ace-9 on the button. David Lappin gonna have to fold this 7-5. And a hand that should be defended every time. De Decker, 10-6 suited, coming along. Love to see it. This is a board that Fime should be c-betting to a very high frequency. Does decide to use his hand as a check back. Does have a density around the 8s. And I would have enjoyed seeing Fime c-bet with that ace-9. Going to be able to get value from worse hands. Can't always be scared of monsters in the dark. Can't always expect to be check raised in a spot like that. I expect him to check the turn though. Instead, does the opposite of what I was thinking. Checks the flop and bets the turn when he should probably bet the flop and check the turn. But 4-8-8 or 8-8-4 going to be a very commonly c-bet board. Button versus big blind, especially when you're playing 40 big blinds effective, and De Decker's getting a little bit suspicious. Does he want to make a move with the 10-6 of clubs? Not a hand that I would advise doing it with. Does make the discipline fold. Whenever you're taking those bluffs from out of position, you usually want to derive hands that have equity. So using diamonds there would be better. The reason why that is a little bit better is because you, of course, don't want your opponent to have hands that can continue to your bluffs. So whenever you're holding that backdoor equity, when you're holding those diamonds, it's less likely that your opponent is going to be able to continue because it's less likely that they themselves are holding that hand.
And players and dealers in the mini main events, finish your end and raise up your blinds. We are now playing on level number 12, small blind 1000, be playing 2000, be playing 2000, 1-2-2. Players in the mini main
The four-handed play continues. David Lappin, Queen 8 on the button here.
You're gonna get 40 meals dinner bread.
Not an unreasonable hand to open, not an unreasonable hand to fold. If he does want to trim off the bottom of his range, folding a hand like Queen 8, not unreasonable. Depends how badly he wants to see collision, but this would be a very reasonable open. And instead, he thinks better. Let's let it go. Wants these big stacks to collide. Wants these guys to potentially bust each other. And Kirkovich with the 10-4. Again, it's the kind of combination that you're going to want to see get used as a bluff, but De Decker instead decides to open the 5-3 off. Not something that you would see done in conventional lines. And Kirkovich wondering, you do like to use this 4x as a bluff. Instead, he's just going to continue. He knows De Decker does like to get a little bit up to something when it comes to pre-flop. But once you've raised pre, not an unreasonable board to continue on. And De Decker making some moves. Definitely on the unconventional side of things. David Lappin, ace-6 suited. A hand that he is going to want to open, and he does do it. Kirkovich, big hand, pocket nines in the small blind. Gonna want to be raising this one. Not all in is completely fine. Gives you the option of folding to Fime in the big blind. And then, of course, you're not going to fold versus David Lappin here in the under the gun position. And it looks like 850,000 is going to be the raise. Very reasonable sizing here from Kirkovic, and I can't see David Lappin continuing with the ace-6 suited here. And he does make the nice fold. Dealer change while we continue to play down to a winner here at the IPO 2022. Just a reminder on those payouts. 4th place currently locked up just shy of 13,000 euros, 12,830 euros. And then there are some monster pay jumps for the podium players. 3rd place, 17,000 euros. 2nd place, 24,000 euros. And the winner, a cool 39,000 euros and the trophy. De Decker and Kirkovic both with very reasonable folds here. David Lappin a very reasonable defend here with the 8-9 suited. A walk for our boy David Lappin. He's going to like that. Fime with a very reasonable open here. Queen 9 suited. David Lappin, ace queen of diamonds in the small blind. What a powerhouse of a hand. A great spot for David Lappin to pick up some chips. Some uncontested blinds here with the ace queen of diamonds. I do expect to see this move all in. Keeps it quick, lets the guys know his stack size. De Decker not going to be calling here with the 6-4 offsuit. Fime highly unlikely to call with the queen 9 suited. David Lappin stacking up chips, closing that gap between himself and Fime. Fime 3rd in chips, and then there is a bit of a pay jump and some deep stacks in play. 2nd in chips, the Dutchman De Decker. His unconventional style of play working out very well for him at this final table. Not scared to play back at the chip leader, not scared to raise into his big blind. Something a lot of players are going to enjoy seeing. And David Lappin, from ace queen to ace king, an upgrade if there ever was one. What a lovely hand to see. Off of 20 big blinds. De Decker here, not going to be getting involved, but Lappin going to be opening the ace king suited. And what a run of hands here for David Lappin. Ace queen, ace king. Could he be in for a double up? Kirkovic has 10s. This is going to be going on in all in. These players are going to have these cards on their backs. And we might have David Lappin moving up to 3rd place. If he can find ace, king, or spades, because there is just no way this isn't getting all in. Elan Characteristic smile, says all in. David Lappin is going to call, and it is a race. Kirkovic, the slight favourite. Our chip leader in this tournament, David Lappin, in 4th place. 4th place is playing 13,000 euros. David Lappin, a few cards away of a double up. 3 other players anti-sweating that ace, king, and spades, and that's a great flop for the pocket tens. Running spades needed, an ace or a king. No help. David Lappin needing that ace or the king, or we're going to be three-handed. Good game to David Lappin. He found ladders off of his short stack. He's going to be pleased with his performance. Of course, he's going to be disappointed that he couldn't find that podium. Some lovely play, some amazing folds from David Lappin. He found some great folds with pocket jacks on multiple occasions. Very in tune to the way the ICM was affecting his chip stack. And that was good for 12,830 euros. Kirkovic, a commanding chip lead, almost 13 million chips. He is peaking his stack. The only player above 10 million chips. But we have some deep three-handed play coming up for you guys. That is over 100 big blinds for our chip leader. I think there's maybe 60 big blinds, 70 big blinds in our Dutch counterpart stack, sitting across the table in seat 9. At the head of the table is Fime, and would you believe it? At this event in Ireland, this event in Dublin, 806 runners, your final 3 players are all internationals, French, Greek, and from the Netherlands. Lappin, the last representative, pseudo-Irish. Cullen, the last one repping the Irish flag. And look at those flags popping up there for you guys. Final 3 players. There's the chip stacks. So it's 40 big blinds for Fime. De Decker playing about 50 at 60 big blinds. But Kirkovic with 100 big blinds in a great spot to go on and win this tournament. Lappin played beautifully. Made some lovely folds. It was a pleasure to watch. And a pleasure to commentate over his play. Managed to navigate some very difficult decisions. And it looks like the players are having a little discussion here. Maybe words of making a deal. Just have to remember that there are some big pay jumps here. It looks like the players are discussing a deal. They have the floor over with them. They have the announcement. 3rd place is getting 17,000. 2nd place is getting 24,000, and 1st place getting 39,000 currently. These players are very deep stacked. It would reduce the variance if they were to make a deal. I think if they were to make a deal, though, Elon would say that I want the trophy. There's no way that I'm going to play without taking that trophy. And it looks like the players are having a discussion. Maybe they're going to talk to their friends, see what people think. It's been an absolute pleasure watching this IPO main event. There's been some amazing play. And our chip leader, Elon Kirkovic, a day 1B feature table bust out. Final 3 with all the power in this deal-making decision process. And it looks like the players have gone off here to check numbers. Incredibly deep stacked. There is a chance that we do see a deal. If deal is done, will there not be money left aside with the trophy? It depends on the players. I don't think it's a requirement in this tournament. I don't know. You could be right, GBSK. You could be right, but I didn't hear, like, there was no, like little asterisk saying if deal done, X money left aside for winner on trophy kind of thing, These players going to be tired after 4 days play. Some of them may have even played the high roller as well. And it looks like they're probably talking with friends, conferring with each other. Did Lappin bust? He just bust there. He had ace-king suited all in versus the pocket tens of the chip leader Ilan Kirkovic, and he could not find the ace or the king. Lost his flip, bust in fourth for a payout of just under 13,000 euros. I do agree, GBSK, I know that is usually the case. I just don't know if that's the case here, or if it will be the case. It could be. I don't know. But yeah, the players sort of coming back in and out of view. Very rare to see deals done and trophy handed to one player. That is true. That is true. I would say it's likely that we do see play. We have a commanding chip lead for Kirkovic. I think he would need to be getting a pretty good deal here. It's whether or not he believes he has an edge over the other players. I think they're also just saying, that's the production team saying how they would want this three-handed to be played. Move the chips to the corners of the table, but still use the same card boxes. The dealer overseeing that no one comes and, I don't know, swipes any chips. There's your VPIPs. Expected there from the two chip leaders. Kirkovic, highest VPIP at the table. De Decker up there himself as well. A little bit not representative for Verhey, as he was out early, but McMahon got very unlucky. He was handcuffed by ICM and then unfortunately ended up leaving the table in 8th place. Paul Carr, coming in the table as the shortest stack, will be happy to find 2 ladders, but disappointed with his finish. After coming end of day 1 chip leader and day 2 chip leader. De Decker, however, the most aggressive player at the table, but that has been seen by everyone involved, raising into the big stack in the big blind. Not scared to play pots, something that he has to be admired for. There is your tournament directors coming over, getting exact chip counts so they can give these players their exact deal stacks. But look at that huge chip up for Kirkovic on this final table. 9 million chips increased in his stack today. And he has a lovely, lovely chip lead. They are very deep stacked, which is usually what influences the thought of a deal. And there are your payouts. 39,000 euros for first, 23,000 for second, just shy of 24k, and just shy of 17k for third. The deal will reduce the variance of this. With the stacks the way they are, I wouldn't be surprised if this worked out at like sort of like 18 and a half, maybe 19, maybe like 25 and 32, 33. I think that would be, at a complete guesstimate, pretty likely. The payouts if a deal was made based on their chip stacks without any other implications. Sad to see the laptop get out. I thought he could work out ICM deals in his head at this point. 30k in the trophy split, the rest between yourselves. I think that's pretty reasonable, Eamon. I like that idea of a deal. I'll take 30k, I'll take the trophy. You guys can argue for what you guys want from each other. Should ask for 40k? I think that's a little bit optimistic. I don't think they would give him 40k. That would definitely be a no deal scenario. You would never want to give first place more than the first place prize money, because there is still a chance that you get that first place. Because if there was money left to play for, and you gave first place, if you gave Kirkovic 40k, you'd be taking money off of third, and I don't think they're going to deal with that. You'd have to take money off of second and third, and then maybe balance their sums closer together. It's been done before. It has been done before, but that's usually when there's like, I think like 3/4 of the chips in play with the chip leader, and then like equal stack, equal stack, equal stack. And they say, right, we'll take like a wee bit of money off all of us, chuck it on first, and we'll chip chop the rest. So they sort of average out in between second and third payouts. And first place gets it. I don't think it would happen three-handed. I think it's more likely to happen four-handed. But making sure they get these calculations right, make sure these players aren't shortchanged when this deal is discussed. A very important aspect. Because there's a chance that they just say no deal, the play goes on. You never know, but look at that. Not a single Irish flag here down at the final table. The final three, the podium finishes. Guess the only way you could do GBSK is if they're refusing to take the deal, but that wouldn't make sense. First place would just go, yeah, I'll take first place prize money. And the trophy. Okay, if it happens in a local 20 game, okay, that makes sense. A little bit different to a 40k dubski. Just moving through the stats of these players. Fime, the least aggressive of the three remaining. Hey, got shot. Great commentary, thanks. I missed Lappin exit. Can you recap how it went? Of course I can. Lappin opened ace king from the button. Off of about 17 big blinds, and our chip leader, Ilan Kirkovic, in the big blind had pocket tens. A little smile from Kirkovic, a glint in his eye. Pushed his chips into the middle with fervor after announcing all in. Didn't really do that bit, but a bit of creative license here, a bit of creative license. Lappin, of course, goes, yeah, sure, whatever, I call. Cool as a cucumber. Pocket tens versus the ace king of spades. The 10 of spades being held by Kirkovic. However, the flop, no help to Lappin. I think it was something along the lines of 6-6-5 with one spade. The turn, I think, was the offsuit 8, so no backdoor flush draw for Lappin. Drawing to his ace or his king. And the river was an offsuit 9. Completing the brick. Kirkovic solidifying that chip lead. The players getting talked through numbers here. Legend of a recap, no worries. Oh, TBC with another banger of a comment. For those who can't see Twitch chat, for those watching on YouTube, he has just said, I would take slightly less for first. If second and third agreed to wear those IPO shirts for a week each. Oh, like some kind of punishment. Oh, it's been a long week. It's been a long weekend. I've had a lot of fun, and if you guys have enjoyed my commentary, be sure to tell your friends, family, and fellow poker players that Tom Parsons, that Pred Poker, is the best commentator you've ever heard in your life. Or, you know, at least, like, he wasn't awful. This has been my first commentary stint. I hope I've been able to give you guys a little bit of banter, some pretty reasonable hand analysis without trying to shit on anyone, because I'm not very good at poker. I'm not great. I'm all right. I'm not bad. I understand bits of theory, but I wouldn't say I'm good. So I have done my best. To give you guys hand breakdowns, a little bit of ICM analysis, try and give you guys a little bit of what your ranges should look like from different positions. When you should bet big, when you should bet small, little tidbits of information as players have been doing it on the table or not. Great comms. When will you be doing more comms? Not a clue, GBSK, not a clue. I was sort of drafted in last minute to this job. Darrow Kearney recommended me for the job, as I will be coming out on a Chip Race podcast very shortly. You were improving as streamer and then I quit to let you watch Connor and Ben. I still stream full time. I still play full time. I've just been playing less recently. I've been doing a lot of studying because I am going to the PSPC in the Bahamas this January. Exciting times, I know, to play the 25k. So I've been doing my best to try and get as much theoretically sound knowledge I can regarding the game of poker. Come to these live events, get a little bit of live experience under my belt before heading off in January to hopefully become a millionaire or even just min cash for 25k. That would be great. Yes, I qualified with a platinum pass for the Bahamas all the way back in 2019. So I have been playing a little bit less. I have been streaming a little bit less. Prioritizing study, prioritizing trying to improve rather than just continuing to splash about on the streets. So I'm not sure what my next commentary gig will be, but I have had fun commentating here at the IPO. It has been difficult at times, of course, myself solo in the booth, occasionally joined by Darrow Kearney and Keith Toohey, but definitely a little bit of a different dynamic than what you'll normally get with commentators who usually come in duos. But as you can see, guys, I'm a one-man band. I can do it all. The players looking at the deal, some of them with friends. You can see our Greek friend there playing in seat 5, Fime with his buddy, trying to work out if this is a good deal for him as third in chips. Especially when you're playing this deep stacked. I won my platinum pass at Lex Live too in London at the Aspers Casino. Throughout the week, it was like a community festival type thing. Throughout the week, there were these sort of some poker related, some non-poker related challenges with no set reward. It basically said that if you can get 10 stamps for like completing 10 of 14 challenges, come into the casino on, I think it was the Sunday, at 11 or 10 a.m. or whatever. Like, don't miss it, basically. So I rock up after having done my challenges, and there's about 40 of us who've completed the challenges, something like that. Maybe a couple more, actually. I think there was maybe 60, 80, not too sure. Bit of a moot point, anyway. Who'd completed those challenges, and Lex walks into the room and he announces that there's going to be a platinum pass for one player who had completed those challenges. There'll be a few stages to it. So stage 1 was making sure that you did have those 10 stamps. Stage 2 was a all-in shootout. There were 6 tables, so I'm guessing there was about 54 players or whatever that qualified. And there would be an all-in shootout for those players, and one player would progress from each table, and I, of course, won my shootout. We then went and played a 6-handed sit and go, where the winner took the platinum pass, second place took nothing. So, in other words, I am a professional luck box, and nobody can take that away from me. Yeah, it was sick. It was great. One of the best weekends of my life, for sure. All the players looking pretty relaxed, looking pretty happy. Usually when you see less debating, less arguing, it does mean a deal is more likely to get made. I think they're just being explained the nature of this deal. Working out the fine prints. Before play potentially resumes for these 3 young gentlemen. Look at that beautiful row of chips in seat 1. Ilan Kirkovic. Piles of 20s stacked wide. A little barricade, a little wall. 100 big blinds he'll be coming back to here if and or when a deal is done. And it looks like we maybe have a deal, a fist bumps between players. That looks like a deal. Handshakes, fist bumps. Handshakes, fist bumps, handshakes. Signs of some happy players, potentially knowing that they've locked up some moolah in their back pockets. Laughing, relaxed. To me, that seems like players who might have made a deal. The laptop is back. Apologies for this delay, but of course, it is all for the players. They are the 3 guys who have made this final table. They're the guys who deserve to think about the deal, have the deliberations. Oh, they're watching the stream. They're watching me. Hi guys in the future, but also the past. Sing us a tune. I honestly, I would, but I genuinely think no one would even consider looking at me, never mind sponsoring me, hiring me or whatever for a commentary gig again. I really can't sing. I enjoy singing, don't get me wrong. I have a horrendous singing voice. They should come over to me. They should come and say hi. Well, I guess they're actually probably playing right now. So that wouldn't make sense. Watch the stream from the laptop over there. Everyone seems quite relaxed. It does make you think like a deal has been done. Lots of like high fives and handshakes and fist bumps. And they don't look like they're in a rush to resume play. The dealer has sat back down. So maybe play is gonna resume. Maybe the deal has been made. They're just locking it in. The tension is palpable. Ooh, hello. Did I just see? It's highlights of all of Lappin's nitty folds. Honestly, I would pay. I would pay to watch that. Take 5% off my salary. There's the trophy. Ooh, one of these players is going to be taking this bad boy home. That's a very nice looking trophy. Little globe on top for the IPO, the International Poker Open. Glenn's playing a wee Hexa Pro. Do I get paid for comms? Yes, I'm not doing this for free. I have been commentating since day one. I was here for day 1B of the main event, which we did see Ilan Kirkovic, our current chip leader. Ooh, the laptop has been closed. Ooh. I think this means... I think this means it's over. Unless they're... Yeah. It looks like... I think it looks like we have a deal that's been made. The camera's out. The chips are getting pushed over to the winning seat. I think we have a deal. I think we have a winner. And I would be shocked if it wasn't Ilan Kirkovic that's taking down this trophy. It looks like play is over here at the International Poker Open 2022. There's hugs. Ilan must have found a way to convince the guys to just give him the trophy. He must have just said, guys, look at my chip lead. Look at the stack size I have. I'm taking the money, I'm taking the trophy. And everyone looks pretty happy. But this is over. The chips are being moved away. They're being stacked for a winner's photo. He may have took less, but guaranteed win and trophy. I think that seems likely, GBSK. There's the man of the hour, the French fiend. He played very well day 1B. He took an untimely bust out, so he must have re-entered, obviously. It came into day 2. We saw a little bit of him. And he has done it. He's won the International Poker Open. Your winner, Ilan Kirkovic. I can't say I know how much he's taken for the deal here. That we'll have to wait and find out. But Ilan Kirkovic is our winner here at the International Poker Open. The Frenchman played astounding. Made some beautiful bluffs, a couple of creative hero calls, and he ran good when it mattered. Look at that beautiful chip tar as well. There's your big juicy dealer button. Not playing to the end of just weird. You have to realize, Mr. D, that they were playing very, very deep effective to each other in the last three-handed there. The chip leader had over 100 big blinds. Third in chips had, I think, 50 big blinds. Second in chips had 60 big blinds. It would have been hours and hours and hours of play likely. And it does look like we have a three-way deal. I'm sure Ilan Kirkovic will have taken the trophy. And there are... Oh, here we go. I hope you guys can hear this in the background.
I'd like to first of all thank our sponsor, Unibet, for putting their name to this prestigious tournament.
If you can't hear it, I'll commentate what I'm hearing over it for you guys.
During the main event, we have had a deal which now concludes the tournament. We have 3 players remaining at this time. Our new payouts are going to be in third place. It's Alex Fitzmer with a payout of €23,500.
23,000 for our third place finisher.
In second place, we have Alex De Decker with a payout of €25,320.
25k for the Flying Dutchman. He's a happy man.
And our winner of Unibet IPO 2022 main event with a payout of €30,900.
So he took 9k less, 30,900. He took 31k. So he took 8k less, but he does get the trophy.
Once again, we'd like to thank all players for coming out and supporting Unibet IPO.
These guys all look very happy to have made a deal. He took less, he took 31k. Third and second taking more. But I think they must have done just, that sounds like an exact ICM chop according to their chip stacks to me. What do I think? I think that was probably a smart decision. There was going to be a lot of play, a lot of variance in this three-handed. They've been playing for 4 days already, and I think that's very reasonable. And it looks like that's our International Poker Open coverage finito. I hope you guys have enjoyed my commentary. My name is Tom Parsons, known online as Pred Poker. And I just want to say thank you to everyone who did stop by to listen in on YouTube, Facebook, the International Poker Open website, and also here on Twitch at twitch.tv/UnibetPoker. If you guys want to check me out, you can check me out at twitch.tv/PredPoker. But it's been a privilege being able to commentate for you guys over the last few days. I hope you all have a lovely Halloween. And congratulations to our 3 winners, but particularly Ilan Kirkovic, who did take down the win there, the trophy, and some lovely play. That's everything from me. That's everything from Dublin. I hope you guys have been inspired to come down to IPO next Halloween. I hope you all have a spooky evening. It's been a pleasure. See you later.